Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It's another glorious day. All right, let's put down a campfire. We're going to do this for a little bit and see what we're going to do later. Put a little campfire here. Grab this little Pathfinder guy over here. Yoink. Yoinkity yoink yoink. Yoink yoink. Oh, I need to check something on my account over here. Let's see. All right, pet. Stay passive. Let's go. Oh no. Do 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 do. Come on, bruiser. It's not a bruiser. Oh, I didn't check the, let's close this first. I didn't check to see if there's any news or anything today. Holy moly, what the heck's going on? Rampage. We got this. Announcements. Servers are back up. We're looking into the login issues. Uh-oh, there were login issues last night? Alright, so nothing major there. Nothing major. No big whoopity-doo. Whoopity-doo-da, whoopity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. You know, if this bruiser's gonna stand in my campfire, they should at least take some damage, you know? Be able to pull mobs over, put them in the campfire. What if you put like 15 campfires down? Fought a dragon with it? Well, I guess dragons probably would be immune to fire. Possibly. Maybe it's an ice dragon. Probably still breathes fire. A plate cloak. Oh no, I got two. Aye. I don't know if I can do two or not. Yeah, let's just run them off. I don't want to deal with two. I don't want to do it. I mean, I might be able to, but... I'm not going to chance it today. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Ba-da-da-da-da. Weary Bard. How you doing, bud? Ketalone coming in with the sub. Thank you so much, Ketalone. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Appreciate the support. All right, let's get back out here. Enjoy my prime. Thank you. I'm in my prime. You're in your prime. Everybody's priming it up. We're just priming all over the place. Hey, what's up, Vor? How are you, bud? Maybe we'll get our group started a little earlier today than we did yesterday. Yeah, yesterday we got started really late. Yeah, well, we're going to leave those guys. We'll let them do their thing. I feel like my prime was my 30s. Got a lot done that decade of my life. I mean, yeah, I would agree. My 30s were definitely the best time, but you know, my early 40s were the worst time in my life. But now we're in the mid 40s. You know, maybe we can pick it back up and keep moving. Now my back hurts some mornings. Yeah, that's why I started to exercise more. I actually did like 40 push-ups last night before going to bed, and I did some other, you know, trying to do something, you know, just trying to keep moving. That's the key. A lot of times, like, I mean, my body's used to it because I just sit here in a chair all day. Very rarely get up and do anything, and so my body's used to it. But yeah. What level's this guy? Oh, he disappeared. There's got to be a high-level rogue. He's killing so much stuff, and he's disappearing. Like, he's got to be a high-level rogue. Oh, he can have the named. I don't want the named. Have at it, buddy. Yeah, I think he just wants the gear over here or something. That's what it seems like. Go for it, my friend. Enjoy the named. I don't want it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But yeah, like I'm trying to be better about exercising and whatnot, eating better. I don't generally do it. Like I can't do diets. I just can't. I can't follow a diet. Follow back. Okay. Yeah, I like my sugar too much. Where does this thing actually move to? Because it's going really far. I don't know where that mob goes. Good morning. How are you? Okay. Goes right up to the campfire. Perfect. Good to know. Okay, come back over here. Tell the pet to stay. Good morning, Azudin. How are you? You had dinner with Nick last night. And his reminder went off to use his Prime sub for your channel. Nice! That's awesome. Well, I appreciate that from Nick. I appreciate you, Xander. You've been subbed to my channel forever now. Many, many years. Yeah, I appreciate all that. The Prime sub it's not free technically for you guys, but it does help me out a lot. You get it. You might as well use it on some channel. If you have Amazon Prime, use your Prime sub for somebody. Tell your friends that they have Amazon Prime to use their Prime sub for somebody. It's just a benefit to some small content creator out there that could use it, but you have to actually go out and do it. So, yeah. Thank you so much, Warlord. I appreciate it, bud. Very, very much appreciate it. It helps us out. It really does help us out. A lot. Da, 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 da. I did not get to 35 last night, but we're really, really stinking close. So I'm going to go ahead and get to 35. And then getting to 39 shouldn't be too terribly difficult. And then hopefully we'll, I might try to get to 40, but at least get to 39 for the whatever it's called, Fallen Watch, so that we can check that dungeon out in case they do level lock it. And even if they don't level lock it, I would like to take in a group of level 40s in there to test it on behalf of the devs. I'm going to try to do that, or around that early level range. But the issue that I was with that is that I'm going to have a little bit of extra gear that a level 40 probably wouldn't have. Not a ton, but a few items, So it's still not going to be a very good test, but it'll give them some information. Ba-da-da-da-da. Yeah, I've done all of my XP over here, by the way. For those curious, 100% of my XP over here on this side of the world. Up to level 34 so far. I have not gone into Vale of Zintar. Well, I've gone into those zones, but I haven't XP'd in any other zone. Vale of Zintar, Fallen Pass, Sungreet Strand, Shaded Dunes, Night Harbor. My slash played on this guy. This guy is 4 days, 7 hours. So, what's 4 times 24? That's 80, 96 plus 7, so 103. 103 total hours to get to level 34. A little bit of soloing, a little bit of grouping. Kind of playing casually, not really going super hard. So we're on course for about a 300-hour playthrough on this guy to get to somewhere around 300 hours, 300 to 400 hours to get to level 60, which is not on the slow side, but it's definitely not on the fast side. Yeah, the only time I tried to rush it, not really rush it, but the only time I tried to make sure that I was doing it as quickly as possible to test things out, I did that on my wizard and I did that on my fighter because I wanted to test the difference between grouping and not grouping. Love the game so far. Thanks for the key. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad you were able to get in, Farrell. I saw that you joined the Discord last night. We don't do a whole lot on my Discord right now. I want to do more on there, but yeah. Beastmaster should have a pet that purges. You know, that'd be nice. That'd be nice if they had a pet that purges. Maybe Drakes could do that because they're kind of magical beasts. You know, that could be kind of cool. Because they're not like real beasts. Another class that could strip damage shield would be so nice, though. Like so nice. I was really hoping that would be a monk with their Iron Fist. I really don't like that they made that monk Iron Fist ability basically worthless. It's worthless. Yeah, exactly, Isar. It's a pretty useless ability. Like 10-minute cooldown for 60 seconds. Like, come on. Come on. Hey, there we go. There we go. Level 35. Oh, wait a minute. I probably have new abilities I could learn. Lull Beast at 36. Savage Strike at 35. Look at that. Look at that. We get a new Savage Strike. Oh, yeah. What's that, like a 10% increase in damage from the old one? 10% increase in damage plus 10 to 15 more damage as we level up. No, wait. What? Oh, 30. Yeah, 30. Why would they put the... See, this is what doesn't make any sense to me. Why does this do 40 damage at level 30 and then 45 damage at level 40? You can't even use this ability until level 35. So why not just make it 35 damage at level 35? Or sorry, 40 damage at level 35. Like it's like what? What were we thinking there? I'm using Savage Strike. Oh, wow. I was using Savage Strike 2 the whole time. I was using this version. My goodness. Well, I just went up a good bit then. Bard needs Purge. That would be a good addition to Bard, yeah. Purging Song or something. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would totally get on board with that. Bard needs more. It absolutely needs more. Let's make bards great again, guys. Make bards great. Alright, we got through that hell level, though. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I'm just trying to think of, like, who could get rid of damage shields. So, Paladin, Mark of Courage, gets rid of damage shield. Or should we get, like, on the Paladin, and hear me out on this, should we take the Paladin, remove the ability that just takes away damage shields automatically, and then change Purge for all the classes that have Purge, make it a shorter recast time so that you can actually utilize it to remove damage shields. Change the way the damage shield works. One of the devs actually I talked to said that the shortest duration should be purged first. And if they do that, damage shields will always be the first ones to come off because they're always the shortest duration buff, other than like 60-second temporary buffs that some mobs might have. And I think that's actually a good idea, right? I think it's a really good idea that the shortest buff should absolutely come off first. Inquisitor? Yeah, Inquisitor already has Purge. They have a way to do it. Inquisitor, Enchanter, Shaman, Wizard. I think all of those are the only ones that have Purge. But it's a 12-second recast with like a 2-second cast time or something. It's not a long cast time. Actually, I think Greater Purge is instant cast time. But 12. That's the problem with it. Those 12-second recast. And if the mob has 4 or 5 buffs, it could be upwards of 60 seconds before you get damage shield off. Like before you remove the damage shield. 60 seconds into a fight, it's basically dead. If not dead. Mobs usually die in like 20 to 30 seconds in a group. So yeah. Bob can't help but notice you're real aware of the respawn pather when you're by yourself. Well, it's because I just accidentally aggroed it a second ago. I just accidentally, I was like, whoopsie daisies. Oopsie poopses. So, yeah, that's why. But yes, I am by myself. All by myself. Whoops. Sit down. Sit down. Look at that little grin on this guy's face. Look at that. Oops. I did not mean to do that. That's enough singing, sir? What? That's not enough singing. Man, we used to sing riding around the old Corsica. All throughout Barrett Parkway. Singing just all sorts of random songs. Unsettling? What? I have a beautiful voice. It's really funny, actually. I get compliments on my radio voice all the time, but never on my singing voice. It's weird. It's like I have a good radio, just a good talk show host voice, apparently. But not, I can't sing to save my life. Why do I have bare feet? Wait. Do shoes never show up on Havling? Is that just like a thing for Havling? Where shoes never show up, so they're always bare feet? I never noticed that. Never noticed that they're always bare feet. They just, like, the devs are like, nope, we're not allowing it. I have the face for radio. Man. I got the face for the top rated movies. I'm like Brad Pitt over here. Brad Pitt mixed with Ryan Reynolds mixed with George Clooney. They got nothing on this guy. You gonna join me for a little bit, Bob? Halflings are allergic to shoes, apparently. You want to play so bad? Well, stick around. We'll probably do some key giveaways today. I'm big on encouraging people to sing and dance, no matter if you're good or not. Good for the mental health. I mean, I agree. Yeah, just get out there and do it, man. You know, something that I wish that I had done more as a kid was go out and be more just like out there, like do stuff. Like, who cares if people are watching you? Don't be embarrassed. Don't be shy. Just do it. I wish that I was like that more when I was a kid. I'm like that now. I've turned into that. Like, I don't care. But yeah, when I was younger, I'd be like, oh, no. I'm not going to get up on stage. I'm not going to go dance in front of this crowd. Did you ever hear from Sean on that key? I did hear from Sean on the key. He asked me if I cared to have it deactivated or not. I told him that I mean, it's whatever. I left it up to him. It was like, you know, I was like, if you want to, go for it. It doesn't matter really to me. He said that, you know, he's like, okay, well, I mean, I could just replace the key for you or whatever if he wants. But anyway, yeah, we talked about it. He was looking for it. So I gave him... The short story of it is I gave him the key. He can't look it up by the actual key. He has to check it by some other means. So we were double checking it. I wasn't 100% sure which key it was. I knew which key it was by the code, but I wasn't 100% sure which key it was in the list. So yeah, well, after we use up the I've got 3 more. We'll use those today, and then I might ask for some more maybe over the weekend or something. We'll see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. To be fair, when you were a kid, there wasn't a constant threat of camera, social media. Well, yeah, that would make me, I would think it would make me want to do it more, right? Be out there more and sing and be more, you know, active. I did have the constant threat of cameras, though, and video cameras. My stepmom loves taking pictures. Everywhere we went, it was taking pictures. And then my dad bought a, you know, camcorder thing, video camera recorder. The ones that sit on your shoulder, you know, and have the actual VHS tape inside of it. My dad bought one of those. When they were new-ish technology. So we were constantly, like, being recorded and stuff. But the thing is, I think the reason that I didn't like to get out in front of people is because people would make fun of me when I did do those things. I remember very vividly one time, I was at, like, Disney or some amusement park back in, like, the 80s. And I was taking a picture with my sister and maybe my stepsisters or something. And I gave one of them bunny ears. I was just like, ah. And I thought I was being fun and cute and whatever. And I got yelled at for it. They're like, you're going to hate that when you get older and you're not taking these pictures seriously. And now that I'm older, I am now 46 years old. And no, actually, in fact, that's one of my favorite pictures. Why is that one of my favorite pictures, you might ask? You're probably not asking, but I'm going to tell you why. The reason is because that captured my personality when I was that age. That's the whole freaking point of a picture, is to capture that moment, right? And that's what irritated me at the time and clearly for the next, like, almost 40 years, is it's like, I was having fun. I was enjoying myself, and that's what you should be capturing. Like, when my son does something goofy, I take pictures of him. And I want him to remember those times. Like, come on. Come on. Bunny ears age like wine? They do. But yeah, I got yelled at for it. I literally was like, you can't do that. You need to sit there and smile and be happy. And I was like, what is this, the 1930s? Like, we can only... That's all we can do? Like, come on, man. What's the point? What's the point of a picture if you're not actually who you are in the picture? Makes no sense. Anyway, that's here nor there. I have a group photo with some friends we took with a small Santa when we were in our early 20s. Santa is very uncomfortable in the photo. It's hilarious. Nice. You guys probably whispered something in his ear. You probably said something inappropriate. A picture is a moment frozen in time. It's an artifact. Exactly. That's how I looked at it. I looked at it like that when I was a kid. I go back now and I look at some of my pictures that, family took and stuff where where my parents, I knew for a fact that my parents were like, you have to sit there, look this direction, smile, blah, 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 blah. I actually had this conversation with my son just recently. Last year, his school pictures, they told him he had to turn his head and tilt it this way and look a very specific angle. And we ended up not getting his school pictures last year. At all. They didn't, I didn't buy them. My ex-wife didn't buy them. Nobody bought those pictures because they made my son look like somebody else. It didn't look like him. And it kind of irritated all of us. We're like, we're not buying those school pictures. Absolutely not. Capture him. Capture his personality. He's a little goofy sometimes. That's okay. Let him be goofy. That's who he is. Man. Love it. But yeah, that's kind of how I am now. I want to get out there. I want to get on the dance floor. I want to have fun. I want to sing at the top of my lungs. I don't care who's listening. My girlfriend hates it. Well, she doesn't hate it. She likes it when we're in the privacy of our own home and I act goofy. She laughs about it. She giggles. But when we're out in public, that's a different story. She's like, stop it. You're embarrassing me. More so, it's the teenage daughter hates it. She's like, oh my gosh. Because sometimes I can get my girlfriend in on it. Sometimes I can get her to be embarrassing as well. And both of us are going back and forth and we're just embarrassing everybody. That's the fun part. I love that. We were doing something the other night. We were at a Mexican restaurant eating dinner or something. Oh, there was a baby next to us, a little baby. And my girlfriend was going, like this to the little baby that was at a different table. And it was embarrassing the kids, embarrassing our kids. They're like, stop it. You're not allowed to talk to that baby. And it's it's a baby. They're adorable. And it kept giggling and smiling. And when the mom actually caught both my girlfriend and I doing that with the baby, she laughed too. Everybody enjoyed it. We were all having a good time. It was great. My stepdaughter wore cat ears in 3rd grade school photos. Nice. See, I love that. I love at some point you do have to grow up, and you can't continue to do that, but they're going to grow out of it eventually. It'll get there. If she wants to wear cat ears in her school photo, let her wear cat ears in her school photo. Society kind of tries to make you into something you're really not. Exactly. I hate that, man. I really don't like it. Is there a smart way to track the quests you have ongoing? Fell that Jay is very hard to keep track. No, there is no way to keep track of it unless you personally write down, create your own little journal. What I would like to see, and I think they're talking about doing, is in the journal somewhere. Well, you can do this. You can flag these. I don't know if you know that. And you can move these. You can junk these things. Click on these and move them to the bottom. Right? And then you can flag them. So you can do that and then flag these for the ones that you're working on. But I would like to see a little thing where we can type in some notes. Write our own notes in the journal. That would be really nice. I think they're going to add that, or they have added it and I don't know where it is. You're against cat ears? Are you allergic to cats? I'm allergic to cats. I'm not against anything that a 3rd grader. I mean, come on. Now, I will say this. I was just talking to my girlfriend actually downstairs about being immature, being an immature kid and all that kind of stuff. I was a pretty immature kid. Hey Bob, you want me to I'm going to pull 2, okay? Ink 2. Between me and you, I think we can do 2. When I was in 9th grade, do you guys remember where you take pieces of paper, like a long strip of paper, and then another long strip of paper, and you fold them back and forth, and you make like an accordion-looking thing? When I was in 9th grade, I did that. I made like this accordion-looking deal with a piece of paper. And my sister was in 11th grade, and she saw me, and she was like, I made it, and I put it on my head like a little bandana, and I put it behind my ears. It was really nerdy, right? It was really nerdy. And my sister saw me, and she was like, "Take that off of your head. You're embarrassing me." She got so mad at me about it. That's where I'm like, okay, I understand. You know, I kind of get it a little bit. I was an immature kid. I'm still a little immature. But, yeah. There's a notes page if you click the options button. Okay, we'll look at it in a second. So, like, here. Notes. Okay, so you could go here and you could type in your notes. So, yeah, you could do that and type in your own notes. I thought they added something like that. Oh, shoot, I'm getting wrecked here. Getting destroyed, man. Oh, shoot. Good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. Anyway, like I say, have fun, man. Enjoy your life. And let kids be kids. Let them have fun. Now, to a certain point, right? As long as they aren't harming someone else or someone else's things. Right now, the e-bike stuff is getting out of control. Have you guys been watching or keeping track of any of that e-bike stuff? The kids that are on e-bikes? Oh, my goodness gracious. Those kids need to get a grip. Those kids are driving me up the wall. We had a, oh shoot. Apparently a bunch of e-bike kids with a cop recently, and the cop tackled the e-bike kids. Time to run. Now we're fine. We're okay. I can just solo this one. Just make sure it stays on my pet. Let my pet get a lot of thread on it. We'll be all right. Do-do-do-do-do. The world looks great. This game, yeah, it's fantastic. I'm loving this game right now. Oh my goodness, Bob. I made an accidental Drake friend. Nah, he's just your buddy. He's just your little pal. It's all right. Here, let me make some bandages. Heavy wool bandages. We're going to be just fine, Bob. We're going to be just fine. Everything's going to work out. Look at that. We're amazing. We are amazing. That's some freaking teamwork. Long day at Arby's. Where's the beef? One of my favorite things, favorite memories of Arby's, I know it's a weird thing to have a memory of, is Jon Stewart on The Daily Show, back when he was the host of The Daily Show, used to make fun of Arby's all the time, but he also catered Arby's into The Daily Show to feed his employees a bunch. It was like a weird thing. He used to make fun of them every, like at least once a week. He would say something about Arby's, but he would literally feed Arby's to his staff. John Oliver did the one on Bud Light. I don't think I've seen that one. I haven't watched. John Oliver is the one that does the one on HBO, right? I haven't watched that in a while. Is it last week with John Oliver, or last week tonight, or whatever it's called? We used to watch that one every now and then, but I haven't watched it recently. Yeah, I like those shows just because they kind of pick on everybody, you know? It's a very liberal show. I'm not going to try to get into politics here, okay? So don't start a political debate with me, please, because I'm not going to I will not fall into that bait. It's a very political or left-wing show, but they make fun of literally everybody. They probably pick on the right more than the left, but they still make fun of everybody. And I think that's what I like about it. Is it's more comedy news, you know? It's the way that I like to get my news. Like, if we're going to laugh at somebody, let's laugh at everybody equally. Yeah, he is very informative. He's a very intelligent guy. Like, yeah, John Oliver is extremely intelligent. You can tell, like him and Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert. I specifically picked those three out because they all came from the same kind of show. They came from The Daily Show. They're all pretty intelligent. You know, you may disagree with them, and that's fine. That's, you know, that's a different thing. But they're intelligent and informative. Yep. Ugh. Are we doing stuff today? I knew we talked about camping something. Golly, I'm burpy today. Camping something today. But I don't know who was going to be available. Who do we have in chat that's in the 50 range? Around level 50. 50. 50 years old. He does a generally good job being informative about topics that are just by nature boring sometimes. Oh, yeah. I like those parts of someone with severe ADHD. He is kind of all over the place. He's just like this, and then this topic, and then this topic, and this topic. And he does it with a bit of a British accent, which just makes it even funnier. like, are you serious? I can't take him seriously most of the time. Can you give me a quick how Beastmaster is feeling after the changes rundown? Interesting in the solo ability specifically. It's very, very soloable from level 1 to 15. It is also soloable up to at least 35. I've done a lot of soloing that far. It's also pretty good DPS. I would say second or third in the DPS right now in a group. Spellblade being the best, in my opinion. Beastmaster being up there right now. They have their spin. That is all I can say without being political. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not going to get political in it. Like, you can agree or disagree with all of that stuff, and I don't care where you are in the political spectrum, especially when we're on stream. Do not care at all. That's totally your opinion. But yeah. I find him funny, though, at least. Like, it's funny. And I like comedians, you know? Beastmaster solo's okay. Don't expect to camp level named stuff solo. Yeah, solo. When I say solo, I mean like solo XP. So like you can level up on a Beastmaster pretty easily solo. And then you're going to be welcome in groups. Right now, the Beastmaster is very welcome in groups if they have a wasp pet. Specifically a wasp pet. If you have any other pet, groups are going to be like, really? It's kind of like enchanters with charm, honestly. Like, every single Beastmaster is going to want the wasp. Because they have a slow proc or a slow attack, whatever ability that they can do. And if you don't have a shaman or an enchanter in your party, then it's the best slow. It's the next best slow in the game. And it costs no mana, easy to use, you know. So yeah, it's really nice. There you go. Burl is doing the giveaway. Sign up if you want to be part of the giveaway. We're going to do an early one, apparently. Because I don't know why, but we're doing an early one. Oh, shoot, dude. I ate all my lemons yesterday. I ran out of food, and I ate all my lemons. Because I'm a hungry halfling. The heck? I'm going to have to buy more lemons. You think the slow will stay on the wasp or getting removed? I don't think it's going to get removed, but it will get nerfed. Yeah, it's absolutely going to get nerfed. Yeah, there's no way it's going to get, like, well, it's possible that it could get removed, but it's not. It's not going to get removed. I think it's just going to get, the slow is just going to be nerfed. Right now, it's like, it's a 10% stacking. So they'll probably take it down to like a 5% stacking or something. That's my guess. Stacking, yeah, it's 10% stacking up to 3 times for a 30% slow. You can cast it every 5 seconds. So start of the fight, 10 seconds later, you have a 30% slow, and it's good. Gotta go pick my car up from the shop. Uh-oh. I gotta get my bike back. from the shop. They never called me yesterday, and I was like, what the heck, guys? What the heck? If you're grouping up later, I'd like to join on Silk if you have a spot. All right, yeah, we'll be, we're probably going to do something. I think we're going to go back to Zerat. I want to camp that. I really want to try to get the fourth ring to rule them all. Those e-bike kids got them? Yeah, man, those e-bike kids stole my bike. Hope you have a big trunk, because I'm going to put my bike in it. Do I want to get 4 more Skinner daggers? Yeah, might as well. If we're going to be here for a little bit, I'll try to get 4 more. Uh-oh. Now I'm overweight. Oh, my goodness gracious. I have 6,000. Almost 7,000. Copper over here. Get to the copper. Yeah, those dang old e-bike kids, man. Why did the wasp eat fruit? You know, we don't question such things. I don't know. I have no idea. You feed them lemons to keep them bitter. I mean, that makes sense. Makes sense. They eat tomatoes as well? Yeah, they do. Tomatoes are 45 copper, though, I think. And lemons are like 10 copper. Now, the question is, how many lemons do they eat, and how many tomatoes do they eat? A starving wasp will eat 6 lemons. Which is probably cheaper than the tomatoes, because if tomatoes are 4 times the amount... Oh, shoot. If tomatoes are 4 times the amount, then you'd have to feed them like 1 tomato. By the second tomato, then it's cheaper to do lemons. But then you got to carry around 6 lemons. So, will they eat carrots? I doubt it. Nope, they don't eat carrots. He'll take a carrot. No, he won't take a carrot. He just gives it back. He's like, I don't want that. Actually, he's probably more like buzz, buzz, buzz. I'm a wasp. Buzz, buzz. It's my impersonation of a wasp. I don't like the pet food mechanic. No, it's silly. Like, if anything, they should be able to, like, put the food right here on the, like, make a 4th like an inventory slot for the pet right here and put in a stack of food, and it automatically eats that over time. That's what they probably should do with that. Having to like babysit your pet is too real life, you know? Like, come on. You got a goldfish, you got to feed it every day. Like, this is a video game. Like, what would you guys like it if you had to come in here and actually right-click your food to eat it? I would hate that. If you had to constantly eat your food and not just put it in your backpack and just automatically eat it. Confucius once said, a starving wasp will eat 6 lemons. I've heard that about Confucius. In fact, yeah. He wrote a book on it called Not My Lemons. Ugh. 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 Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So are we happy or sad about SpaceX? IPO was way too high at the start, and then it went higher somehow, and then it dropped really far, and now it's coming back up. Do we think it's going to drop again? Or is it going to just kind of level off and then slowly grow over time? SpaceX will definitely stick around. It'll keep growing, but I was thinking it was going to get into the 90s before it went back up, but it didn't. With how much you played this game, if tanking was off the table, what class would you main for EA? I'd probably go Enchanter. Even if they get rid of Charm, I would probably go Enchanter because I like that playstyle. It keeps you busy. It's welcome in groups. It's easy to find a group. You don't have to I mean, you don't have to pay attention to people's health. Like, that's not your job. I loved playing the Enchanter back in EverQuest. I absolutely loved it. So yeah, I'd probably go Enchanter. Beastmaster is a... I'd play that too. I'm digging the Beastmaster. I'm having fun with it. How much benefit is it to have max full pet? Pets, the only thing with a pet, if they're starving, they don't regenerate health. That's it. So having it at max, to my knowledge, doesn't do anything as long as they are not starving. Just means you can go longer before you have to feed them again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just max it out, and then like 30 minutes later, give them another 6 lemons or whatever it is. That's it. It's the only difference. I often forget to feed my pet. There's really almost no reason to feed your pet. All right, we're going to pull 2 more again. Double bruiser. It's a double bruiser, boys. Yeah, I very rarely actually feed my pet. Like, I forget all the time. And I heal it through the heal spell. All right, pet. You hold him there. Now whack him in the back. Wacky backy. Love playing at Bard and EQ. How's Bard and Eminem? Awful. No, it's basically the same as it was in EQ, but less. Like the Bard songs are just not as good. They need to give the Bard more utility, and they also need to give the Bard more powerful songs. Like the songs are just weak for what they are. 18-second duration, have to be in a group with somebody, constantly having to cast it. It's just not worth it. So they haven't done the Bard deep dive yet, though. So once they do the Bard deep dive, maybe it will get better. Hey, it's Vor. Hello, Vor. Be sure to sign up for that giveaway. We're going to do one here in a few minutes. Hey, Vor's coming in with some lemons. Lemon. And some tomatoes. What? Let's see. How many tomatoes can I give him? Oh, okay. So you give him the same number of tomatoes as you do lemons. So it's like not even... It's not even better. I was hoping that it would... a tomato would fill him up a little bit more. Morning. I thought that said moron for a second. I was like, hey, how do you know me so well? But good morning to you as well. Overpowered damage shield for you, as Isar calls it. It is an overpowered damage shield. Very overpowered. Bug report that tomatoes are way more filling than lemons. They should be. I mean, I definitely think that tomatoes are more filling than lemons. Right? You know what? We're going to get rid of all of this copper. There we go. That was way too much copper. Doink. How many keys you got left? We're going to do 3 today at some point. Well, we're doing 1 right now. So make sure you get in on that one. And then we're going to do 2 more throughout the day today. And then we'll kind of go from there. We'll see what happens after that. AFK on and off to make food. We'll be ready after that. Sounds good, yeah. Mint total to give away. Right now, 3. Yeah, I've got 3. You have an extra key? If you want to pass it over to us, we will give it away for you. But I've got 3 to give away today. And then we'll may request more over the weekend or something. We'll see how it goes. Friday they're gonna do their own thing, so I probably won't give away any keys on Friday. We'll see who gets opted in first. Let people get opted in and get access and all that from the Friday opt-in. And then I may try to request more from the devs and see if they give me more to give away. We will see. We will see. Send it to Discord DM. All right. I should have it. Yep, I've got it. We will use it. We will make it happen. Ba-da-ba-da-da. Let's go see if we can get some more mobs. More mobs, more mobs, more mobs. Oop, there's one right there. Can we get to it in time? Oh my gosh. Boop. Gotcha. Come with me, buddy. We have candy and puppies and ice cream. Right over here, just around this bend. It's just right over here, buddy. Right here. Just kidding, it's a wasp. Ah! So mean. Why is this guy so mean? It was me all along. Are mobs leashed in this MMO? They are not. Well, most of them are not, no. You can pull mobs pretty much all the way across the zone. There are or will be some cases where mobs will leash. Like some named encounters or raid bosses or things like that. What the heck? That guy over there, what are you doing over there, buddy? I was gonna pull those. One of those. Can you still outrun all the mobs with Sal? Yeah. Well, all? Not necessarily. Most, yes. The school buses are back. They sure are. We had somebody today post on Facebook, and it literally said something like, "Why don't you have your kids ride school buses?" This what did she say? Or I don't know. It was an anonymous thing on Facebook. And they were upset that the car rider line was so long, and they blamed it because people aren't putting their kids on school buses. And everybody in the comments was like, "Why don't you put your kid on the school bus?" It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. You're also in the car rider line. Like, what the heck, dude? People are so crazy. She said she doesn't understand why other people don't put their kids on the bus. Yeah, exactly. Like, why is everybody else not putting their kids on the bus? Just, I don't know. Anyway. Actually, I was thinking about that though recently. I saw middle school. So our middle school gets out at like 3 o'clock or something around there, like 3:15, whatever time it is that middle school gets out. Sometimes those kids won't make it home until close to 5 o'clock. They're like done with school at 3 and they're not home until 5. 2 freaking hours, man. It's awful. I don't remember it ever being like that when I was in school. I remember getting on the school bus. I felt like I was home in like 20, 30 minutes. Tops. Oh my gosh. This other person over here pulling these single mobs. You walked home? Yeah, I mean, I would too if I was close enough. Middle school, I didn't get home till like 4:45 at the earliest. Really? Man, I thought maybe I just didn't pay attention to it or something, but I thought I got home by like. Well, what time did we get out of middle school though, Xander? Like our middle school was late. We didn't go into school until like 9, so I don't think we got out until like 4. Didn't we go in super late? I hated it when I moved here. We got out at 4. Yeah, out at 4 and then 4:45. Yeah, it was awful, man. It's awful. I remember I rode the bus home a lot in middle school. But you got at 3:05? Yeah. I mean, in high school we got out at 3:05. Our high school here gets in late. They don't start until 9 o'clock. And then they're out at like 4 or something. Like, they're out late here. $30 for you. You got off at 2:45. Okay. And you were home in 30 minutes? It's not too bad. Like, that I think is okay. But having to sit on the school bus for 2 hours, that's awful. They also don't do it anymore like they used to. Like, back when I was in school, we would get, like, the bell would ring, right? School's out for the day. And everybody would just run to the buses. Go straight to the bus, sit on the bus. You had, like, 15 minutes to get there. Otherwise, you get left or something like that. Now, though, they have them all go to the gym. They have them all line up in the gym or in the cafeteria or something and sit with their bus section. Then the bus pulls up, and then that entire bus gets up and walks to the bus, gets on the bus. Like, it's like very, like, overly organized, but then it slows everything down, you know? It's kind of like boarding a plane. Which I guess the Mythbusters prove that boarding a plane the way they do it is the best way. I don't know. Doing like people with kids and disabilities first. Parents probably got tired of their lazy kids being left behind. Probably, yeah. You left my kid at school. Now I have to go pick him up. Well, stop teaching your kid to be lazy. Get the heck on the bus. I could honestly, though, I could see my kids kind of doing that. Yeah. Especially one of them getting sidetracked, talking to friends, and just thinking the bus is going to wait for them, and they don't. Like, I could see that. Yeah, my girlfriend went to pick up her daughter from school yesterday or whatever. Made her sit there for like an extra 25 minutes waiting. Kids these days. What the heck? What the heck? Roundabouts are slower because nobody knows how to use them. That's true. I almost got hit in a roundabout the other day. We have roundabouts near me. And people they don't realize you can't just pull out into a roundabout and then go all the way over to the left. You need to pull into it and then change lanes. People are crazy, dude. They have no idea how to use them. I've been rewatching Mythbusters, and it's been great to see them again. Yeah, I wish that show never went off the air, man. I really enjoyed Mythbusters. It was a fun. It was kind of like that generation's version of Bill Nye the Science Guy, or those different science shows that we had when we were kids, and then they had Mythbusters, which was just a different spin on science. I liked it. I thought it was cool. They should have just let it keep going and just let take the main two guys, let them kind of retire it out and hand it over. Because honestly, like some of the new people they brought in were pretty solid people. Like I enjoyed them, like the personalities and stuff. And they're fun, very intelligent. Loved it. Roundabouts are slower. We read that. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? I do remember one time on a school bus thing, though. A friend of mine did miss the bus. Actually, no, he didn't miss the bus. He got on the wrong bus or something. Somebody told him that our bus got changed. Like we had a substitute bus driver or something. And he couldn't find the bus that they told him to get on. And he ended up having to walk home. And that was several miles. One guy still makes YouTube content. I forget his name. Adam Savage. Yeah. Kind of redid it on Netflix and called it White Rabbit. Carrie and Tori on it. Okay. Little known fact, Xander. I saw that you spelled Carrie Kerry. She actually spells her name Kari, like my sister. I was like, oh, that's interesting, because it's a unique spelling of Carrie. I saw it one day and I was like, interesting. That's the only reason I would know that. The only reason. Beta access giveaway. How's it work? Join in on the thing. Here, let me copy it. Are you guys getting it over on YouTube today or no? Fill out that form right there, and Burl will do a drawing here in like 1 minute-ish. I'll pull one more mob, and then we're going to kill it, and Burl's going to do the drawing. My name's Simon, and I like drawings. You getting it today? Awesome. They fixed their stuff. I don't know what was going on yesterday. It was really weird. Really weird. With a lot of emphasis on the H. I noticed in Night Harbor, the weaponsmith, chain armor, plate armor, etc. vendors seem to sell only what players have sold them. When EA hits and the servers are wiped, do those vendors have zero inventory until players sell to them? They'll have some inventory, but not much. It's mostly, yeah, players that can sell to them. It's for players to sell armor that they loot. It's just an armor vendor. Because of the way that they do... the way that they do merchants in this game is merchants only buy and sell certain things. Oh, are we still fighting stuff? Oh, hang on. Hang on, Burl. Let me kill this. This is the pather that comes in. They see me rolling, hating. They see me riding dirty. What song are we going to sing while we do the roll this time? I'm thinking The Wheels on the Bus. Let's do that song while we do the rolling. Yoink. All right, Burl. Wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Wheels on the bus go... Here we go. Oh, Bob Dole, no. Smithy. Woomy? I guess. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but we'll go with it. Say something in chat and get with Burl. And he will hook you up with a key. And Burl, I just saw this, by the way, that you had a message. I did read these messages. I don't want to click on them right now because, you know, we screwed that up yesterday. I'm here. There he is. Probably tabbed over or something. So anyway, yeah, message Burl. I did get it, Burl. I saw those messages. I saw them on my phone this morning. So that's why it's not clearing it out on my computer. But I checked them on my phone. I just didn't respond to you. I forgot to respond to you. But I did get the game. So we could play that at some point. Do 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 do. The wheels on the bus go round and round all day. We'll do another beta access giveaway at some point soon. Some point soon. I've got another one to give you too, Burl. So we got another community one. Do you want to use that one first, or do you want to use one of the ones I gave you? Whatever. I'll send you the other one. Ooh, we got the named. Yoink. We got the named. Hey, what's going on, Cryptag? How are you? Do you get hide or leather from these? A mixture of both, depending on what level they are. Because these actually span like 28, 29 up into the 30s. If they're 30 plus, they are hide. If they are under 30, they're no, opposite of that. So a little bit of both. You want the hide? I probably have some. I've been looting it. Yes? Yeah, you can have it. Did you decide on a game to play for the break? I have not decided yet. But, I don't know. I might do a Valheim server for the community. If people would like to do that. Would you guys like to set up a Valheim server and just like open it up to everybody on the community? Hopefully we don't get any bad apples in there that just like ruin it for everybody. But I think we can, like, I need to set it up and figure it out so we can, there's the boots. I'll get the boots, why not? I don't know if they're good. They're not better than my boots, but whatever. Can you kick ban people? That's my hope, is to kick or ban people. I'll be playing Valheim either way. Awesome. Yeah, I'll see if I can set up a server for it. I know I can. So, well, yeah, we'll figure it out. Will you do another roll right away, or do I have time for a store food run? You have time for a store food run, probably. We're not. It's whenever Burl wants to do them. We usually don't do them right away. You're checking it out. What you're checking out? Whatchamacallit? Valheim. So I only have 9 hide scraps, but you can have them if you want them. Hey there, hello everyone. What's going on, Click Respawn? How you doing, bud? Maybe it's called Food Store Run. I don't know. Store Food Run. It depends on what you're doing, I guess. It is a food store run because you're going to a food store, right? But it could also be a store food run because you're going to the store to get food. It could go either way. I totally get it. Words, you know, they don't have any meaning. They have no meaning to me. Excuse me. I gotta wake up. Do you need to re-enter for the next giveaway? Yeah, we set it up. We just found that it's better for my channel to do it that way, where you have to re-enter for the giveaway. Because then people are here when we do it. When we did it the previous way, they're not actually in the channel when they win, and then it's a pain in the butt to track them down sometimes. And on top of that, it encourages people to hang out and engage in the chat rather than just sign up and dip out. So it gives people that want to be here a little bit extra chance. So that's the reason we do it that way. Have you ever researched how words have changed over the years, meaning, spelling? I sure have. I have on some words. I don't really know if I want to talk about some of the words that I have heard the meaning of. But like the word Michael Jackson changed the word bad to good. You know? Stuff like that. It's interesting. It's very interesting. But that's not the one I was thinking of. Do we still call them grocery? I do, yeah. I go to a grocery store run. It's a grocer. That's what I call it. But I don't know. I don't think some people do. Like, I mean, there's a lot of people now that shop at Walmart or Target for their groceries. And they're just going to the store, you know, going to Walmart or Target. Now, the one that I'm thinking of are cigarettes and how those have changed over time. And it's like, it's a really... that one's all I always found interesting. Like, why are we... Why do we call it what we call it? I call them cancer sticks. I think that's all I have right now for the... hide. Oh, here, Burl. Let me give you that. All right, bro. I sent you the other one that was donated. And I sent it on my other computer so we don't have a situation where I accidentally tab over to you. Where'd Vor go? We'll get that in a minute. It's a cool thing about here. A lot of shops that still are unique to trade. Butcher, bakery. We actually, I like going to the butcher shop. There's actually a butcher shop near me. And it's nice to go in there if you don't know what kind of meat you want. Or I go to the butcher shop because I like my girlfriend and I and her daughter. The steaks that we like are chuck eye steaks. There's only 2 chuck eye steaks on an entire cow, so they're not easy to find. And if you go to a regular grocery store where most people go to get their steaks and food, they often are sold out of the chuck eye steaks. So if we go to a butcher, they have them. Always have them. You were typing? Oh. Do we know if that one works? The one that I just sent you? It should, yeah. Yeah, I have no reason to believe that one is not a real one, Burl. The one that I just sent you. No reason to believe that it's a fakie. Who was it? It's from Volts. He's a guild member. We've grouped with him a couple times recently. Squares for cigarettes? They call them squares? Starts with an F and ends with a G? Yes, that's the one that I was thinking of, and that's why I'm like, I don't know if I want to talk about that or not. How does Beastmaster feeling? Is it feeling strong? Beastmaster honestly feels pretty balanced to me. I feel like it's in a pretty good place. It is a good soloer, but not overpowered soloer. It is also good for a group, but not like insanely strong for a group, or too weak. Like it does very good DPS. It's slow from the Wasp. Like it's got a little bit of utility with good DPS. I got 2 coming in, Bob. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like the Beastmaster's in a good spot. I think we need to now balance all the other classes kind of around the Beastmaster. I think it would be good. You still call them that in the UK? Yeah, it's still pretty popular, and it's like, you know, like I get it, but yeah, it's just weird, man. It's weird how different words in different countries and parts of the world, and just parts of like in the same country. US, we have so many different dialects. I guess everywhere in the world there's different dialects, and I don't know. I always found it kind of weird. Yeah, it's also a piece of wood for a fire. I think that's where it started. Read Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Lord of the Rings uses it a lot. Yeah, it's actually kind of bad. All right, Isar's on. Do we want to make a group? Thinking about the Blazing Saddles quote? Yes. Yes. Are you ready? Are you ready to do stuff, Vor? Or are you still cooking? What's that cooking noise? Getting close? All right. We'll wait. And when you're ready, you just let us know. It's all good, man. It's all good. Hopefully we get Dory that robe today. Hopefully we get the robe and the note today. That would be awesome. I have zero faith that that note's going to drop, though. I seriously don't think it even drops anymore. I need to ping Sean on that one and be like, can you check and just make sure that this drops? It's a 0.001 chance to drop. Let me know if you got a spot where we're gonna hang out. We should have a spot. We're gonna go to Zerat again, so Fallen Pass. Because I think it's gonna be me, Isar, Vor, Dory, Sam, and open spot. So yeah, if you want it, Glyph, you are welcome to it. We'll go whenever Vor is done making supper. Pather popped? Oh no! Do 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 do. Man, I feel like it goes so much faster when you're not in a hell level. My goodness. I feel like hell levels are more than 2 times the amount of XP. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Think I might have a key to give away. How would I go about doing that? It says available and has a copy link. Just copy it and send it to me on Discord. Like DM me on Discord. And we will get it to somebody. Any thoughts on what your BIS weapon for Beastmaster will be at the moment? Feeling like two-handed or dual wield is stronger? For DPS, two-handed is the best way to go. BIS weapon is going to be the raid weapon if you have it. It's the one that dropped off of Pustulax. That is going to be by far the best. If you don't have that, then whatever the best two-handed weapon you can find is. The best one probably being... I don't know if they can use the Grudge Staff or the Grudge Shaft. That one would probably be a good one, but I don't think they can use it. Maybe. The Stable Master's Claymore, which is now the Shoe Iron or Shoe something Claymore. That one's pretty good. Whalebone Spear is the best outside of raids. So the Whalebone Spear is what Bob is telling me. He's got a level 50 Beastmaster. So the Whalebone Spear would be what you want to do. All right, I'll send that other one to Burl in just a second. I think Burl is he's a pretty organized person, so I hope he's keeping them organized for us. I'll send you another one in just a second, bro. All right, there you go, Burl. I sent you another one. It's like 0.78, just slightly better than the ogre tree. Oh, is it really better than the ogre specific weapon? I did not know that. And now I think the whalebone spear can't be used by rogues. Am I right on that? Whalebone spear is now like they can't backstab with it or something. Didn't they change that recently? So I guess the whalebone spear is no longer best for rogues. Why would they change that? Like, did they give a reason for that? Was it doing too much damage, or is it just that they don't want two-handed weapons being used for backstab, or... Just think it was lore or whatever? Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. Like, I didn't think it was doing that much more damage. Why do they hate rogues so much? I don't know. Maybe because rogues were so strong in EverQuest, so now they're like, we can't have rogues be super strong. Rogues were like the best damage in EverQuest for a long time. I want rogues to be great now. I think once they put in damage poisons or DPS or rise up quite a bit. Yeah, that's all they really need to do, I think. Like, I feel like rogues are they're in an okay place, but when you compare them to other classes, they're just not great, you know? Like other classes, other DPS classes just are better. But yeah, I think if they kind of balance everything around where the rogue is, honestly, it'd probably be in a good spot. They need to give the wizard slightly more sustain and the rogue slightly more burst. And then both of those classes will be good. Make assassins great again. There you go. I'm all for making assassins great. Take away, like, I feel like what they've done recently is they took away the utility from DPS classes that had it. So, like, the Spellblade and the Beastmaster had a lot of utility. Or they had, well, the Spellblade had more utility than what they have now. And the Beastmaster had a lot more utility than what they have now. If they took that away and then kind of increased their damage, they definitely increased the damage of the Beastmaster because of the way that the Beastmaster works now with the dual wield, double attack, and all that. So that's, I feel like, was what they did. I think that they should have a little bit more utility on the Beastmaster and on the Spellblade, and not have them be as much damage, but then give the Rogue a lot, like a good bit more damage. Not a lot. Like a lot would be too much, but a decent amount more damage. And then just let them not have as much utility. Like the Beastmaster having their pet, I feel like gives them a lot more. Like the pet kind of makes up for the lack of DPS. Like they should bring their DPS down, maybe. Actually, their DPS could probably stay where it's at. Just bring the Rogue up at this point. I think that the Beastmaster DPS is okay at the moment. It's about where it should be. Miss being able to self-sow and self-haste on Beastmaster. I hate feeling so reliant on others out of the woods. Yeah, well, that's, I think, the approach that they're trying to make. They want every class to need other classes. So, because they're trying to make this game a group-focused social game, which a lot of people, for whatever reason, are like, well, I want to be able to solo. I want to be able to do everything. That's why they're choosing Druid. Because the Druid can choose, or can do basically everything. And I think that's part of the issue right now, is they put a lot of focus on the utility of these classes. And people, they don't realize how good the utility is until the utility is gone. So like the Beastmaster, how much utility the Beastmaster used to have, they took it away, and now Beastmaster's like, oh wow, that was a lot of utility. That was a lot of really nice stuff that we had. Then they start to realize, oh, okay, I see why now a rogue and a fighter and a monk need, like why they kind of complain that their DPS is not as good or whatever. It's not like the main thing. Because once you take away that utility, it's huge. Like, the utility in this game is just as good as DPS, healing, or tanking. Druid main has ruined me. Oh, absolutely. Except Necros. Necros are going to lose some of their utility. I have no doubt. I have no doubt the Necros are going to lose some utility. I don't know what, but... Like, I don't think the Necro needs an immunity bubble. Like, why do they have an immunity bubble? Do you think they need to come up with new utilities, like increased damage on a mob or hit chance? Oh, I agree, yeah. Something like that would be nice. Beastmaster pets have more skills to use, but can only have 3 active for some utility swap out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like now there's like a choice for the Beastmaster. They have to choose which pet they want to use for the utility, and they can only have like whatever pet they have out at the time. Instead of being like, oh, they have all of the utility of a shaman, and they have a pet. That was huge for the Beastmaster for a while. And people were like, yeah, but my DPS was low. Well, okay, so then they switch it, and they give you more DPS, and they take away all the utility, and what's the first thing the Beastmasters say? I miss my utility. Yeah, because the utility was really nice. It was a huge part of the class. So they gave you your DPS that you were begging for, but at the cost of your utility. It really opened the eyes of a lot of players that were playing the Beastmaster You know, it makes you really appreciate the utility when you had it, and they kept begging for more damage. Oh, we want to have double attack on our Beastmaster and dual wield and everything. Like, we want to be able to do as much damage as all of the other DPS, but we don't want to give up our utility that we have. Who needs utility if you have if you can 2-tap mobs? Well, yeah, that's true, but you can't 2-tap mobs. At least yet. Wizard can. Wizard could 2-tap mobs, but they can't really anymore. I mean, a wizard at level is not 2-tapping anything anymore. At one point, it probably could. I wouldn't miss the Necro invulnerability. FT's way better. Well, yeah, but having both of those is what's amazing. An instant cast invulnerability and feign death, like, and gate. Like, it's just the Necromancer has a lot. It's gonna get nerfed. Burl never called you? Oh man, Burl. Burl's in trouble. He's in trouble. Bonnie Rubble, trouble. I missed that movie, Ocean's 11. I enjoyed the first time I watched that movie. How do you feel about Bard pre-deep dive? Terrible. Yeah, I would say Bard is bottom of the barrel class right now. It's Rogue, Bard, and Wizard are in my opinion, the 3 worst classes in the game currently. And Rogue and Wizard have had their deep dive, and they're still 2 of the worst classes in the game. Just hoping they don't ruin Necromancer so all the classes I want to play don't suck. I don't think they're going to ruin the Necromancer. They're going to take away, though, something. Like, they can't leave it with what it currently has. The invulnerability is probably going to go, I think. Hopefully they, like, modify its dots. Do something with its dots. That'd be nice. Make the pets more interesting. That, I think, is what they're going to do with the Necromancer. Is they're making it to where the Necro is going to cast spells to empower their pet. I thought that would be the case of Elementalist, but it seems like it's going to be more the case of the Necromancer than the Elementalist. They both might end up doing it, but it sounds like the Necromancer is going to go that route. Take that and charm away and focus more on the pet. I think that's what they're going to do, yeah. You want suicide pets? That'd be cool, yeah. Make like a pet that like goes and blows up or something. That would be kind of neat. I like the idea of making Necros more like Diablo Necros. They can raise a small army, you know. Corpse Explosion. That's classic Diablo Necro. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. What if, like, you killed a mob? When a mob's dead, you can use Corpse Explosion. Summon that corpse up and send it into another one and it blows up or something. I don't think they're going to do exactly Corpse Explosion, but like a temporary pet for Shadow Knight, I think, might be the case. When you kill a mob, you can summon that mob as a temporary pet for like 60 seconds. Beastmaster had swarm pets. They aren't great. Well, yeah, I don't want them to do the thing where you have a swarm pet. That would be awful. Where you have to, like, every 60 seconds cast the pet. But right now, Beastmaster kind of has swarm pets still. Like, they didn't really take them away. They just made them awful. So you don't want to use them. Like the Kinship Bat. Who the heck's casting that spell? Why would you waste your mana on that junk? Personally, I don't think that Beastmasters should even have mana. Everything they have should be based on cooldowns. There's absolutely no need for mana. The only thing I think that mana would be good for would be like the Pet Resurrect, maybe. The rest of it just seems kind of weird. The healing? No, they could balance the healing with just a cooldown. Balance it in other ways. I mean, mana definitely helps balance it, but I think they could balance it in other ways. Empower pets stats based on which type of mob you kill. I mean, that could be interesting. I think that's more of a Shadow Knight type of thing, though. Are we ready to roll on the high level classes? Or are we still waiting? I saw Dory got on. My favorite class now? I don't know. I mean, probably Enchanter, to be honest. Like, it's... I don't know. I think right now, like, if I were to not be the main tank of my group and most likely guild, yeah, I'd probably go Enchanter. Why Enchanter? Because they are the singular class that everyone wants to have around. Every other class can be replaced by somebody else, except for the Enchanter. And it's fun gameplay to me. I like mezzing stuff, and like there's just a lot of things the Enchanter can do, and it makes it fun. Like mez and stun and mana drain, and they've got really good buffs. Like, I'm not even talking about charm. Like, take charm completely out of the equation, and the Enchanter is still, in my opinion, one of the most fun classes to play. Know the pain? I always end up tanking for my group of friends as well. Yeah. I started grouping or started tanking for my guild and friends and stuff like 20-something years ago, and it's just kind of where I am. You always end up being the healer. Yeah, that's another one that people always say. Like, I'm always the healer. I'm always the tank. Yeah, I don't mind. I'll play whatever. As long as we're having fun and getting stuff done, I'll play any class. Healer is my least favorite class to play. So, but I will play it if nobody else wants to. Like, I don't mind. Like the monk a lot. Right now, Enchanter seems important. I would also play the monk if Isar wasn't playing a monk. I would absolutely play a monk. That's probably would be my favorite melee class. Would be the monk. In EverQuest, I always wanted to play a bard. Like it was my kind of class that I always wanted to play at a high level. But I never leveled one up, and then I realized that they're just really tedious to play. Constantly cycling abilities and stuff. So annoying. So yeah, I'd go Enchanter, Monk, probably Elementalist for like a spellcaster class. And then if I was gonna play a healer, probably a druid, honestly. Just because they're super strong and they have a lot they can do. I want to do a Halfling Bard, but only if the deep dive makes them at least decent. Yeah, hopefully it does. We'll see. Do you like pressing 1, 2, 3, 4 a lot? Absolutely, yeah. You gotta like pushing the same buttons. Oh, I mean, I say this and then like I spam the same button literally over and over and over and over and over. But there's a difference. Like I have a macro set up to spam my buttons, so I can just keep repeating it, but I can focus on the gameplay and where I'm standing and that kind of thing. With a bard, you have to hit 1, wait 3 seconds, hit 2, wait 3 seconds, hit 3, wait 3 seconds, and that's what I don't like about the gameplay. It's just like it's the exact same rotation all the time. Yeah. It's like that song, "Hi, my name is Joe. I got a wife and 3 kids and I work in a button factory. One day, my boss said, 'Joe, are you busy?' I said, 'No.'" It's like that. That's basically the bard. Push this button with your left hand. And you're, "Hi, my name is Joe." That's literally the bard. So just awful. There's a mix. Do you want to press 1, 2 buttons and then sit down, or have 4 buttons to weave? Yeah, I mean, a bard playing, like, I say it and I simplify it a lot. A good bard will weave several spells, but then when you have when you pull too many mobs, they have to target the mob and mez, and then target another mob and mez, and they have to do more stuff when you're trying to CC with them. You know, the bard can be a very active, fun class, but generally speaking, in a group, once you get the rhythm going, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So. Oh no, my wasp is getting destroyed. Where'd Bob go? Bob! B-Hob. There he is. He's like, oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I was nuking stuff. Work phone rank? Nah, you're good, man. You're good. I'm used to people working while I play. Let's Isar all day. I guess I could keep making cotton bandages. Oh, let's make a wool bandage. Why am I not able to do this? What the heck? Right click, right click, right click. Can I not? Can I not, trying to target my pet and use a bandage on it. It's not working. Oh, you just bandaged him? Okay. I was like, what the heck's going on? It was mighty peculiar. I don't know why these herbalists are so much stronger than everything else. Like, look at this thing. It's destroying my pet. Anybody else think that survival goes up too slowly? Or is it just me? I don't think you get nearly enough skill points with it. Does it do anything other than gatekeeping what bandage you can craft? Not that I'm aware of, no. Just to craft higher bandages. I mean, I'm level 60 on my fighter, and I'm not even remotely close to mastering survival. It takes forever to level survival. So long. Game looks legit. One of the giveaways. Periodically throughout the stream, whenever Burl feels like doing it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nice. We got double daggers. We can go turn those in. And I've got the boots. I could do that quest. Say what? My issue isn't some things being slow, it's that everything is slow. Nah, I mean, I get that. Yeah, everything is slow, but survival is way slower than everything else. All right, let's switch over to the mains here. Camp. The items merge like an EQ? You mean like an EQ Legends? No. Thank God. EQ Legends, terrible game. Camping not near the pather? Yeah, it's probably smart. I probably should have done the same. My issue... Why do you say that? EverQuest Legends is a single-player MMO. Yeah, I don't want that to be this game at all. I don't want anything like EverQuest Legends. This game needs to get away from EverQuest as much as possible. I'm tired of the... Oh, it's EverQuest, it's EverQuest, it's EverQuest, brr, EverQuest. I'm just tired of it. Oh, I need, give me 1 second, guys. Let me make some, sharpening stones, so I have enough of those for the day. Yeah, like this, if you compare this game to EverQuest Legends, if you like EverQuest Legends and that play style, you will probably not like this game. It's a way slower game. We need 30. Well, let's just do it. Hero's Journey was a lot of fun, but definitely not paying to play with all the Daybreak crap. Yeah, exactly. I like solo aspect, but I also like the ability to play in groups and clear content. I mean, yeah, that the only reason I want to play this game is for the group gameplay and like the in-game kind of stuff, like the group stuff, the raid stuff with multiple people. That's why EverQuest Legends is not that at all. It's meant to be played solo, and you can get like to max level in a few days, you know, like a week. Like it's just just not for me. And Daybreak is a terrible company. That's the other reason. Now the merging of items though, like it's an okay idea. But what they're doing in this game instead of that is a disenchanting and enchanting thing. So you disenchant magic items to get components and then level up your enchanting. And then you could put like additional enchants on your gear. So they're doing it a different route to get rid of extra magic items in the game. And one's not really necessarily better than the other, but just different. But yeah, the whole like people that jump into EverQuest Legends and are like, "Oh, I like this old school feel, etc." They're not going to like this game. If you haven't played Monsters and Memories and the only reason you know about it is because of EverQuest Legends, I don't want to be like the bearer of bad news. You're going to hate the game. You're really not going to like it. It's a lot slower. Like a lot slower. Took me 3 tests before Eminem grew on me. Yeah, it takes some time, for sure. You have to really like embrace Monsters and Memories and the play style and what, you know, how you're supposed to play it and all that. You really have to embrace it. And if you're not willing to do that, which a lot of people are not going to do that, it takes a special type of a person that has a special type of play style to like this game and to really, you know, get into it and enjoy it for what it is. But I do recommend trying it, for sure. For me, it feels like a second chance in life to try something like Classic WoW came again. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like literal Classic WoW, not what Blizzard now calls Classic WoW. That's a different game, and people still don't even understand that. They go back and they play the Classic WoW servers. That still has a lot of additional quality of life. It still has the add-ons you can put into the game. It still has all of those things. That wasn't in Classic WoW. Like, original Classic WoW was a very different game than what they are creating today. Bum, 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 bum. Bonus that I'm a grinder and love to group up. Yeah. You have to like that if you want to play this game for sure. The first couple of years of WoW are pretty phenomenal. They are, yeah, or they were, yeah, absolutely. My poor wife had to deal with me speed running in Classic and then raid all of SOD on several characters, though. Yeah, I mean, I loved Season of Discovery. I thought it was really fun, but it was not Classic WoW. Very, very different. So, like, one thing that people always, like, talk about, not always, but a lot of people talk about, and they say P99 is Classic EverQuest. And it's like, well, it's not. It's their attempt at trying to recreate Classic EverQuest. It's very similar, but it's not, for one very big reason, and that is people already know everything about Classic EverQuest. You can never recreate Classic EverQuest. It will be impossible. Because if you make it a one-to-one copy, then people they know where to go, they know what to do, they know the good classes, they know how to play, they know everything about the game. You'll never have a situation unless you can put out a Classic EverQuest server, one-to-one copy, and the only people that play on it are people that have never played EverQuest. Then you can get the feeling of Classic EverQuest, right? So, same thing with Classic WoW. It will never happen. You're never going to see it. The closest thing you're going to get to one of those is something like Monsters and Memories, which has that very old school classic feel to it, but all new content, all new classes, all new everything, to where people don't know everything about the game. And then, you know, like, we're all learning it together, we're all playing it together, and kind of, that's what made EverQuest and World of Warcraft so fun. It wasn't everybody speed running to the in-game raids, clearing it in the matter of a week. That wasn't what made those games fun. What made them fun were the groups that you made, and the people that you met, and the friendships, and learning, you know, exploring the world and all of that. And the first time we did the raids and clearing that content, that was super fun because you were learning it all at the same time. And people, they keep forgetting that aspect of it. And I think that's what Monsters and Memories is trying to recreate, is that the memories, right? The memories that we have. That's why Sean wanted to call it Monsters and Memories, is the memory side of it is the most important part. Even then, we could still Google everything, and the best we had back then was Alakazam. Yeah. Yep. Closest classic experience you'll have is Al-Kabor. What's that? Was that like an EverQuest clone server? But yeah, like you're never gonna have that again. You have to have a new game to really get that feeling again, and that's why I think Monsters and Memories is so special. I mean, it's something that you can't get by replaying EverQuest for the umpteenth time. You can't get by replaying World of Warcraft, no matter how many times they try to reinvent those games. You're never going to get that same feeling. It's never going to happen. But people keep chasing that nostalgia over and over and over, and they're gonna be like, oh, this is fun for a few days or a week or maybe a month, and then they're gonna get tired of it. They're gonna get bored. They're gonna move on. So it's an emulated TLP server. Yeah, you might get close to it, but you're never gonna get the same thing. I'm telling you, not gonna happen. You know, this isn't Billy Madison. We're not going back to elementary school and middle school and high school and being like, oh, I remember these days. That doesn't happen. You can't go back as 20 plus years later and be like, man, this is great. No, the classic feel, honestly, is something that you have to experience at the time. Yeah, you know, our minds have changed, and the way that we play games has changed. It froze at Plains of Power. Yeah, that's basically what P99 is, right? Didn't they stop it at like Plains of Power or something, or wherever they stopped that at. There are some who say we don't have that kind of time anymore. Well, yeah, I mean, we didn't have that kind of time back then. You know, adults didn't. Like our parents back then didn't have the time to play the games. They would have been about our age. You know, 20-ish, 30 years ago. They would have been about our age now. So, of course they didn't have the time to play it. We had the time because we were younger. So, do people have the time to play this game? Well, you may not, but there's another generation of people that does. And there are people that do. There's more people that work from home now. If you could have worked from home back in the late 90s, early 2000s, you absolutely could have had time to play this game or that game back then. But not many people worked from home back then. So it's very different. We didn't have the time back then either. We made the time. I didn't have the time back then. I didn't go to some of my college classes, and I basically flunked out of college. Effectively flunked out of college because of games like EverQuest and EverQuest 2. I would have flunked out no matter what because I didn't want to go to class. Like, at the time when I graduated high school and I went into college, I didn't want to be there. I never did want to be there. So it wouldn't have mattered if I was playing games or if I was out partying with my friends or if I had a job, or it didn't matter what it was that I was doing. I wouldn't have wanted to go to class either way. But I made the time. The game, you know, what I enjoyed doing at the time was EverQuest, and I made the time for that because I wanted to do that. And it's the same thing now. Like, there's people now that are. Why is that? Oh, there it goes. Yeah, there's people now that'll make the time, and I find it kind of weird that people are like, well, nobody wants to play that way. No. People that say that nobody wants to play that way are looking at themselves and thinking everyone is exactly like themselves. And that's not true. You know, there's plenty of people that are going to put in tons of time into this game. You know, it's just, it may not be for you anymore. And that's unfortunate. You know, we get older, our lives change, and our perspectives change and all that. So, not everything should be made for one individual. I watched a guy in my college dorms who flunked out because of WoW. Yeah. Like, he probably didn't want to go to class. It had probably less to do with World of Warcraft and more to do with that person's attitude towards school. Clearly, just did not have an attitude that he wanted to go to school. That's how I was, you know. Like, I would say I can blame it on EverQuest. I can blame it on World of Warcraft. I can blame it on literally anything. But ultimately, it was I didn't really want to go to school at the time. You know, when I went back later and I wanted to get my college degree and I enjoyed going back to school, made straight A's. Literally a 4.0. And you know, it was fun. It was enjoyable at that point because that's what I wanted to do at the time. When I actually went back to school and finally did finish, I focused like 90% of my time on school. I went to work, I went to school, I went to the gym, and that's basically all I did for like 2.5 years. And because that was what I wanted to do. I didn't play any games during that. I don't even think I picked up like a console game. I didn't play any games back then when I went back to school. I was kind of like in a burned out of video games phase for a few years. Still liked them, you know, still kind of wanted to play them here and there, but it was not important to me anymore. He'd fall asleep at his keyboard and wake up, keep playing. Oh yeah, I know a lot of people like that. I know a bunch. Got in trouble in the military because I flunked an exam for my job. Wasn't even playing EQ. but one of my DS swore that I was playing E2. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that when you pick something in life that you're passionate about, that's what you're gonna do. And it's the people that don't find something they're passionate about that end up just kind of making their way through life. I mean, you might be passionate about being a surfer, and you just become a beach bum. You know? I have 4 minutes. Oh no. We'll fix that. I'm only passionate about not being broke. Yeah, there's people out there that are literally just they're passionate about making money. I know people that would do anything to make more money. And it's like, well, how's your family life? It's probably not great. Because they're more focused on their job and making money and all that than they are about anything else. You wish you were passionate about that? I mean, I'm passionate about making money as well. If like money wasn't an issue at all, I wouldn't stream. I would just play this game. I would just sit here and play this game literally all day, and I wouldn't try to make content for it. But it's allowing me to play this game and hopefully make a little bit of money so that I can continue to make it. Or continue to play the game. I'm meddling? I'm doing what? The type of capitalism we're in now is toxic. It really is, yeah. I can see that. I've been watching Mad Men. Did anybody watch that show back in would that come out in like 2006 or something like that? I never watched it back then. I was busy doing whatever I was doing. Or maybe it came out in 2016 or something. Yeah, I've been watching the whole thing. I'm on season 6 now. And, you know, that gives you a different perspective, man. I have not started Ted Lasso yet, Burl. I talked to Feisty about it. We both love the show. We want to watch it, but we want to watch multiple episodes back to back. So we're waiting. We're probably going to wait a couple weeks so we can watch like 2 episodes or something. 2 or 3 episodes. Mad Men is good. It is. Like, that's kind of where I was going with that. The whole Mad Men thing is like, look at that. The main character of Mad Men, actually, most of the men characters in Mad Men it was more important. Their job was more important than anything else in their lives. And yeah, they were making money, sure, but at what cost? You know, it cost most of them their happiness, and it cost most of them their families. Game looks interesting. How's the crafting system in this? It's exactly like an EverQuest crafting system. Find items, put it into a bag or trade skill workbench or whatever. Click combine, make item. That's pretty much it. It's very crude and rudimentary. They're going to be adding stuff to it later, but yeah, it's not. The crafting is not like anything to write home about. nodes for mining herbalism, just like WoW. Yeah. You go out, find your herbs, find your mining stuff, go back to town, and throw them in and craft something. Falls off later seasons. Yeah, I'm on season 6. I'm almost done. I only have 1 season to go of Mad Men, and I still like it. Like it's not, to me, it's not that it falls off. It's that the characters grow and change into something that none of us want to be. Like, that's my big takeaway on Mad Men right now, is it's what we all do. And I think that's why people don't like the later seasons, because it hits too close to home. You know, you start focusing on something else, and then you're like, oh crap, I didn't follow through with my family, or I didn't whatever, you know. John Hamm's having his first kid at 55? Like in real life he is? Interesting. Is it grindy? It's extremely grindy. This game is very, very grindy. We were actually just talking about that a minute ago. Some people will not like this game because of the time investment alone. That's kind of what sparked this conversation we're talking about. It's a very, very high time investment, very grindy. I wouldn't say it's like RuneScape grindy. Like, that's worse than this game. But it's in that direction of RuneScape. You're going to have to really focus. You want to max out a trade skill, you're going to have to put dozens, hundreds of hours into it to max it out. Lots of time, lots of energy. That's just a trade skill alone. You want to get best in slot gear, level up to 60, you're talking hundreds of hours, like 400, 500, 600 plus. Burrell's doing another giveaway, guys. Another beta access giveaway. If you want to get in on it, be sure to fill out that form that he just linked. And yeah. You do have to enter every time if you want a chance to win. We'll roll it in about, you said 12:15, so about 20 minutes. What if we just get BIS gear at 50? I mean, there's a few things you can get that are BIS around 50, yeah. I highly doubt that somebody will get BIS gear before they hit level 60. I mean, it's possible. It's very possible if you go and camp every single item that you need until you get it at level. It is very possible. But it'll take even longer to get to level 60 that way. Like, I recommend trying to camp. Like, find some of your best in slot gear and try to camp it at level if you can for the XP and the chance to get the item. Try to do that. But, yeah. Love grinding games. I'm going to sign up for the key for sure. Yeah, if you like the grindy games, absolutely. It's a great game. I personally like them, too. Goodness. I'm failing today on my looting. Oh my gosh, why are buttons not working for me? Still think they need to get back to even split on money drops? They do. They not that they need to get back to it. They actually do an even split on money drops. It just doesn't seem that way. It's RNG, unfortunately. But it's because it takes whatever drops and it divides it by the number of players in the group. The remainder is randomed. Right? Yeah, it doesn't break coin. People that keep asking for that don't realize like how much copper that's going to end up making, right? If you try to like, oh, we got 7 silver and we're in a group of 6 people, and we take that last silver, turn it into 100 copper, and then divide 100 copper into 6, you're going to have so much copper, it's going to be ridiculous. Like, you're not going to want to carry around that much copper. I would rather it just give the 1 extra silver to somebody, which is what it does. What do you mean RNG? If I loot, I get 1 silver, the rest get 10 copper. Yes, you're wrong about that. That is incorrect. The person, so like I can show it to you. We're right here. So you loot 8 silver, 60 copper from the corpse, and I got 1 silver, 10 copper. The 60 copper was divided by 6, so we all got 10, but I only got 1 silver. There's 2 silver remaining. Somebody in the party got an extra 2 silver, or 2 different people got an extra 1 silver. So the person that loots does not always get the most money, ever. It takes the money and it divides it out. Any remainder is randomed to one of the 6 players. People keep saying that it goes to whoever loots it. That is not the case. That is people imagining things and getting super upset that, oh, the looter's getting more money than everybody else. It's not true. It is not true. You got 2 silver, 10 copper. There you go. So the extra, so on that one you got 2 silver, 10 copper. So Glyph got an extra silver, and another person got 1 extra silver in that particular, on that particular mob. So over time, over hours and hours and hours, you kill 1,000 mobs. Over time, it just randoms it out. What's the max level difference in a group? It's at low level, from level 1 to 15, it's 5 levels. Starting at level 15, it's 1.5 times the lowest party member. So if you're level 20, you can group with a level 30. If you're level 40, you can group with level 60, but it's actually level 41. There's like a rounding error thing that happens there. But it's 1.5 times the lowest level. That's the highest that they can group with. Rounded down, I believe. So like if you're level 21, 1.5 times would still be, I think, level 30. I don't think it becomes level 32. Or level 31 or whatever. Anyway, it's 1.5 times your level, rounded down. Would you be against weightless money? I'm not for or against it. You know, I'm kind of indifferent on it. Like, some people want to have, like, what we had in EverQuest, which is, like, when you get to higher levels, weight became basically a moot point for everybody because you had, like, weightless bags and stuff. Weight is a big thing in this game. Inventory management in this game is very close to like a survival game. Very, very close. Oh my goodness gracious, we have so many mobs. If you craft, your whole inventory is maxed out, it's nuts. Oh yeah, like crafting, you're gonna need bank mules if you're a crafter, for sure. Hey, it's Johnny. It's John He. How you doing, man? Welcome back. I mean, I am failing today at my looting skills. I taught you something? No, it's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, a lot of people just have blown that up a lot. So I try to correct it when I see it, when people think that that's what happens. I do try to correct it because it's just misinformation that's getting out there. And it's getting out there way too fast because like one or two people are freaking out about it. And it just doesn't work that way. So it's not your fault necessarily. It's the dozens of people that are going out there being like, it's not fair. I don't ever get any loot because there's always one guy looting everything. So yeah, bit tired. I'm doing well. I'm a little bit tired. I'm always tired, but yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I just want weightless currency. I want some quality of life things. Eminem doesn't have to be EverQuest. It does not have to be EverQuest. You're absolutely right. I am right there with you on the quality of life stuff. Like I'm tired of it being like zero quality of life. Like they definitely could do more quality of life for sure. And in fact, they program out quality of life. Like they specifically are like, nope, we want this to be to have more friction. And I don't agree with that. You know, like we're going to specifically program this thing rather than this other thing so that it takes quality of life away. Like it's not less work for them. Whereas I feel like in EverQuest, it was just easier to do it the way that they did it. But now in this game, it's like they're choosing to put it that way rather than, you know, a different way. And it's like, I don't agree with that. Some lack of quality of life is good. Some friction is good. Too much though, and it's like it's overdone. And I feel like that's the problem. Is it's not necessarily that they have friction in the game, or it's not necessarily that they've removed quality of life or didn't put in quality of life. It's that they are constantly doing it. It's like everything that they put into the game, they're like, well, how do we add friction to that? And that's like, okay, now it's getting to be tedious. So like everything doesn't have to have friction, I guess is the moral of the story. Like some friction, good. But like don't be like, oh, this doesn't have any friction? Okay, let's add more to it. Just unnecessary. Examples of that would be like the darkness in the game. So the game's dark, which is annoying. And then they're like, okay, but we also want to have, so let's add lights to the game. Okay, so now you get a torch or a lantern, but they have a certain amount of duration on the fuel. And then you're like, okay, now I got to carry around extra fuel or extra wood and resin to make a bunch of torches. So it's more friction. Then they're like, oh, but we could add a spell. We could add a light spell to players to take away a little bit of that friction. Nope, let's not do that. And it's just like, it's just compounding it, right? Like, why? Like, you're already making it dark and annoyingly dark. Why are we now making, to get rid of the dark, also annoying? You see, you know, does that make sense, like, the way I was saying it? Like, make it super dark, but then make having a light source a little bit easier. so that you can combat the darkness by casting a magic missile into the darkness. I cast a magic missile into the darkness, but you're the sorcerer of light. Anyway. The darkness just makes me run the game cranked. It's annoying, but doesn't do much now. Well, exactly, yeah. What most people are doing is just cranking up the gamma, right? And they're washing out the screen and making the game look worse so that they can see. The game is supposed to look like this right here. You tell me, does this look good or does this look good? I say that 50% this with the correct lighting looks so much better. It looks way better. But like I have to crank up the darkness so I can actually see to play the game. Or I have to carry around like a bunch. Look at my inventory. This is my inventory right now because I'm carrying food, some potions, some trade skill stuff, my clicky items. I don't have room in my inventory to be throwing in extra like a lantern with a bunch of extra fuel. You don't have room for all that. It's awful. And I've got pretty big bags. In fact, I've got almost the largest bags in the game. The only one I do have the largest bags of the game, except for my backpack. I could get one more slot on my backpack. So, by the time I'm done with like an XP session, my bags are full. Like super full. That's the idea, though. They're trying to push people into using the mounts. And again, they make the mounts very tedious to use. But they're like, oh, use the mount for an extra storage, so you can actually take them. But then now you got to deal with having this pet everywhere and dealing with the pet could die, and then you got to resurrect the pet, and it's just like adds more tedium. I refuse to get a mount. Yeah, I bought a mount, and it's awful, guys. It's awful. You want chat bubbles and overhead damage? You can make a thing you can turn on and off. Yeah, people have talked about that. Sean has talked about that. There's a chance we might get chat bubbles and we might get overhead, damage numbers. Maybe. Personally, to me, I feel like that's the same thing as everybody having a pet, like a little minion that just kind of follows them around, like a little squirrel pet, like in World of Warcraft. Everybody has like a little pet that just follows them everywhere. I think it clutters up the screen. There's already too much stuff on the screen to me. So I want less stuff on the screen. Like I could not show, I guess, all the names. I could take those off. So I always forget to have to change the screen back when I watch movies, since I don't, go through the NVIDIA app. Yeah. Yep, I get you, man. I get you. Mounts are more stick instead of carrot. Yeah, and you need to feed them carrots. So they're both sticks and carrots. Yeah, you got to keep up with food on the mount. For what? Like, slightly... Well, it's actually a lot of extra inventory space. Do you know any places I could talk to animals with beast speech? No, I don't. There's a couple dogs in town. Is there beast speech in the game? There's a couple dogs in town, like some named dogs. You might be able to talk to them, maybe. You'd ask for a key, but you don't think you've seen your name on the wheel? You have to opt in for that. Like when the thing comes up, you have to click the link and fill in your name. It does not do it automatically. It's on the Beastmaster spell vendor, but the spell can only be learned by Ranger. Those are the bugs that I keep telling people about, and people are like, I don't run into many bugs in the game. Yeah, you do. You just don't realize it. Yeah, stuff like that. That's what I hope that they work out in the future with patches when early access actually launches and they're getting paid and they're no longer saying, hey, we're a volunteer team. That's what I'm hoping for. Like, some of these mistakes, like, there's going to be mistakes. There's always going to be human error, but there's a lot of them. Way too many of them. Ranger gets it for now. It makes sense for a Ranger, but I also think a Beastmaster should have it. Probably before a Ranger should have it. Right? Seems like it should be a Druid thing too. Druid could also have it. I think it should go Beastmaster, Ranger, then Druid in that order of level. If they make them different levels. They use it in a quest. You talk to a rat and a dog by the docks. Yeah, that's where I saw the dog. I knew there's a named dog by the docks. There's another named dog that I saw one time that I'd never seen before. And I'm pretty sure it's got to be for a quest. It's the only thing that makes sense. But it seemed to spawn at a specific time and walk to a specific location. That's when someone was asking people to help find. Yeah. I don't know what time it happens, but it walks into the night market, Night Harbor night market, but the entrance that people generally don't go in. Not the first entrance, the second entrance. The one closer to, whatchamacallit. Roll your boat. All right. Let's see if we can pull this up. Do it, Burl. Roll it up, my friend. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Watch out for a second, guys. I will not be tanking the next mob that Esar brings in. Hopefully he doesn't bring in a dozen of them. Nightwatch MMORPG. Nightwatch MMORPG. Not able to ping? All right. Give them a minute to see if they show up. And then we'll roll it again if we have to. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Nightwatch MMORPG. Say something or lose it. We roll again to signed up. That's all on Burl right now. I'm not sure if how he's adding people and all that kind of stuff. Who won? The last one was Nightwatch MMORPG. Oh, Templar. Dang it. There we go. Use lay on hands. Had to be the next one. Let's see. Who won the key? Was out getting something to drink? No one yet. Reroll. All right, give me 1 second, Burl, and we'll reroll it. Let me attack this guy and do that. All right, roll it up. Roll them up. Oh, perfect. Okay. Cursed hunger. Cursed hunger. You are the winner. Winner chicken dinner. Get with Burl in chat. We will get you a key. Congratulations. We will see you in game. Be sure to send Gith all of your itemization needs and buff needs. Estar's going to hate me by the end of this. He's going to be like, dude, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Esar promised to give you, to camp all of the best in slot gear for you. I'm just kidding. He did not promise that. Who should you contact? Sorry, misheard. Burlstein Burl in chat. Burlstein Burl on Twitch chat. He should also be in YouTube chat. But yeah, Burlstein Burl. Send him a DM, or he'll send you one, or whatever. Look for a DM from him. Get you all hooked up. Yep, no worries, man. No worries. Again, thank you, Burl, for doing these. It's a big help to me so that I don't have to roll them and deal with all that. It's much easier this way. I know it's extra work for you, but I appreciate it. See, look at that. Rain stopped. You see how much darker it got right there? That is the weird thing, right? That's what is like really odd to me. Rain stops and the game just like super dark. It's actually not even dark yet because it's still daytime. Like, that's what I've been complaining about when I say the game is too dark. It's stuff like that. It's like, what? Why? That was a weird transition. This whole upper salmon area is darker than normal. It is because of the fog. So there's a green haze in this whole area, and it makes it darker, which makes it completely pitch black at night. All right, the bike, my bicycle. They're trying to fix it. It looks like they're trying to contact the manufacturer of the bike and say that it's been an ongoing issue since I bought the bike, and they are going to hopefully get it fixed by the manufacturer. The rain washed the smog away, and it came back another day. I like the dark matters and infravision means something. That said, it's too dark still. I like that, yes, that darkness matters, infravision, ultravision should mean something, but give players way to get infravision and ultravision outside of just a racial trait, and you have to pick that trait. at character select. Because brand new players are not going to know that. And then, you know, they're going to get into the game, they're going to play for a while, and they're going to be like, oh my god, this darkness, it's so awful. You wouldn't know how dark it can get until you get into a place like this right here. This is level 50 plus. Like, it's just awful. It's just awful. Like, I would hate somebody to play for 50 or up to level 50 for like hundreds of hours and then be like, oh, I didn't realize I wasn't going to be able to see at all as I got higher level. You know, didn't know that I was what the heck is happening? Sorry, that stun made it where I couldn't pick up my bag? Is that really what just happened? That's what it seemed like. I was like, nope. How dark it was, yeah. I stopped playing my Inquisitor when I walked into Wormsbane. Yeah. Like, you would think, that's the thing, though. I walk into a dungeon, and it's dark, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's atmospheric. That's a neat thing to do. You know, I'm going to need to have some sort of light source. But my first thought was, oh, as I get higher level, I'm sure they're going to have a light spell, or they're going to have night vision spells, or they're going to have some way for me to combat this darkness without holding a lantern or a torch in my hand. Right? Nope. Like, you would think that would be the case. But no, they're like, nope, we're going to specifically not allow that. Anyway, I digress. That subject will come up again in like an hour, probably. Actually, probably when the sun actually sets and it's no longer daytime, it'll come up again. So, in a few minutes. Imagine if you couldn't tab target. Oh, yeah, that'd be rough. Humans make mistakes, some more than others. Humans make robots and machines. They don't call in sick, but they break down, and the human has to fix them. Okay. Cool. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing not to homogenize the light sources. I don't think you need to homogenize it. But don't you think that maybe a wizard or a cleric or something should have a light spell? Like, you just cast on them and boom, there's light. We're casting fireballs and fighting dragons and putting campfires in the water. Can't cast a light spell? Weird. Yeah, I'm fine with the darkness. Like, I actually like that the game gets dark. I really do. Like, it's very atmospheric. It adds tension. It makes the game scary. I love that. Ways to fight it, please. Some sort of way to fight it. What is the second one you sent me today? The second one I sent you today is another. That was from Glyph, who was here. It's from Silk. You know Silk. Silky Smooth. You played with him a bunch. That was his friend key that he's giving away to the community. Light spell in AOC was a disaster. Blinded everyone. Did it really? I mean, like, that could be a different way that you do light. Like a blinding spell. It's a really bright light that makes your screen turn white. Like a blinding white light. It's a way to do that, sure. But it should be temporary. It should be like a, 5 or 10 second, oh my gosh, I can't see anything kind of thing. You love Silky too? You should always love yourself. Always love yourself. You can't love someone else if you don't love yourself. Do, 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 do. You in a dark cave? Nope. I am literally outside. See? I can see the sky, and it's bright. It's silly, dude. And we have a campfire. And this is like normal darkness. No, this is actually not normal darkness, though. We are in an area of Fallen Pass that is covered in corruption. So it is darker here, and it's meant to be darker here because of the corruption. So that is something where I'm like, I will give them credit for that. The corruption is supposed to make it darker, supposed to make it scarier, etc. How do you get into the raffle? When Burl announces it, you have to fill out the, there's a form, a link to a form. Fill out the form. It's just your name. Put in your name and hit submit. I think it's like YouTube or Twitch name or whatever. And then fill it out and then hit submit. And then that's it. That's all you got to do. You do not have to buy anything. You do not have to be followed. You do not have to be a sub. You just have to be here to win. And that's it. We would love if you would, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Participate in chat and hang out and, you know, have some fun with us. But, again, not everybody wants to chat. And not everybody likes to type. And that's okay, too. You don't have to do that. But we do encourage it. And we like it. It does not make your chances better. I'd rather just be limited clipping distance, obscure by green fog, but darker or something. Yeah. I'll sub once I get Amazon Prime back. Hey, I appreciate it. All subs are very, 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 very helpful. It allows me to keep the stream going and my content on YouTube going with the subs and views and all of that. So thank you so much if you're willing to do that. Nate Dogg, what's going on, Nate Dogg? How you doing, bud? Yeah, we're doing beta access giveaways whenever Burl feels like he wants to do one, which is periodically. Throughout the stream, it'll happen. That reminded me to like the stream. Yeah, absolutely. Like the stream. Hit the little bell notification. You'll see when I go live. I am mostly, just for those that are new to the stream, I am mostly a Monsters and Memories content creator at this point. I'm pretty much almost exclusively a Monsters and Memories content creator at this point. I will, however, play some variety games now and then, and I would like to do more variety games, but Monsters and Memories is my main game and will be my main game for the foreseeable future. So if you like this game and you want to see other games that just, you know, watch me play and fail at, then definitely hit that button. Hit the little bell. There should be a summon light source and items that provide an effect. So there is that. So you can, as a wizard, summon a light source, and you can hand that light source to a player, and they can use the light source. The light source does have a limited duration. I think it's like 15 minutes. But you do have to hold the light source, which, of course, holding a light source takes away from melee classes because they need to hold weapons or shields or whatever in their hand. So it's kind of a big, like, poo on you for being a melee class. So yeah, there's that. I'm already in the beta, but need a key for a friend. Am I good to sign up for giveaways? I mean, anybody can sign up. I appreciate you being, what's the word? Upfront about that. And saying that you're signing up to get a key for your friend. But I'm sure people are signing up to get another key for other people without telling us, so. Big content creators are going to jump to it as FOMO. What, to Monsters of Memories? Is that what you're talking about, Burl? At least being able to equip it to the belt slot would be a nice addition. Yeah, I don't think that the light spell that you can cast on a wizard, the light item, you can put it on a belt slot. The only thing you can put on a belt slot is the lantern, but then you still have to carry around lantern fuel. So it's kind of annoying. But, yeah. Anyway. Pantheon added the torch slot really fast when it came. Yeah, that was one thing that like Pantheon did right. Is they're like, yeah, this is really annoying to do. Why do these orcs look like they've been on crack for 30 years? Well, these are addicted orcs. They have a problem. This is a don't do drugs infomercial right now. We are currently in the slums where drugs run rampant. Now, these aren't actually orcs, though. I don't know if you're being facetious or not, but these are not actually orcs. These are ghouls. This is a ghoul. You signed up to eBay them? I would prefer that you don't eBay them. If we do find out that people are signing up and selling them, we will report that to the devs. That is a big no-no. So don't sell them. The ghettos. Yeah, this is the ghetto of Fallen Pass. Absolutely. What are you farming this for? Anything interesting? A tooth. We're looking for 2 items here plus XP. So we're getting XP for Sam and Silky Smooth and Volts. We're trying to help them level up to 60. But then we're also looking for a robe for Dory. So like one of the best robes in the game drops here. And we're also looking for a quest item for myself that supposedly drops here, but it's extremely rare. So probably won't see that, but we might. You're killing the drug dealers. Yes, we are killing the drug dealers. So far, we've gotten nothing but poop knives. Yeah. And then that's the other thing is when we get like poopy knives here, I can disenchant them so I can make everybody in the group enchants. Does everybody have enchants, by the way? What enchants are people in the group currently missing? I know that Isar needs one for his shaman. So I'm going to make that for him. But if you guys are missing... I thought it was for hat for some reason. You need Wisdom Wrist. Okay. You need it for both wrists or just one, Isar? So we're working on that. Hopefully we can get the materials for that today. That'd be nice. Plus for the highest? No. Plus 5 is technically the highest, but we have to kill level 60 monsters to get the materials for that. So plus 4 is going to be the highest you're going to get unless we decide to go and farm some level 60 stuff. Which we could do maybe later on. It's way worse XP. But we could go farm giants and kill giants and get level 60 stuff. Just one? Okay. Yeah, as soon as I get the moats, Isar, or the echoes, we'll make those for you. But yeah, going back to what Burl was saying, the FOMO, the big streamers with FOMO, I'm kind of banking at this point on the big content creators having FOMO and checking this game out, like CoCarnage, checking out this game and playing it, and then hopefully it helps my stream take off a little bit. I probably need to be a little bit more positive about things if I'm going to do that. FOTM. What's FOTM then? Fear of the money? Flavor of the month. Ah, flavor of the month. Yes, it will be flavor of the month game. Yeah, it'll definitely be a flavor of the month for big content creators. I will be here before them and after them. So if you like this game and you want to keep following it and keep up with what's happening in this game, I'm your guy. Whoops. If you just want to watch the biggest content creator play it and say what they're going to say about it, then I'm probably not your guy. I will outlast every content creator in this game. I can almost promise you that. I already have, actually. I've already done that. So, already proven that. Now we just gotta keep moving forward. Some streamers would try it, but will get filtered hard because modern MMOs, they used to hold their hands. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of, like, even CohhCarnage, he'll play the game and he'll have fun with it for a limited time. And then ultimately he'll quit and he'll move on and he'll play something else. So CohhCarnage is going to be more like the kind of guy that's going to be good for this game, to get eyes on it, to bring people to it, to check it out. But ultimately, he's not going to stick around in the game. He won't. You know, he'll play it for a few days, week, maybe 2 weeks tops. After that, it'll be like on his cozy stream, maybe. But I think even on his cozy stream now, he just does reruns, doesn't he? Like, literally, somebody told me it's just reruns. I wish that I could get to that point where I could have another stream that I just stream my previous stuff of reruns. That'd be awesome. They're used to having their hands held in a game, telling them everything. Yeah, they are. Like, I feel like somebody like an Asmongold will come to this game and be like, "This game sucks." And it's like, yeah, well, Asmongold, it's because you're not intelligent enough to understand it. No, I don't mean to pick on people. Even Asmongold. Not that he cares what I say. He's got a separate Twitch channel where he runs reruns whenever he isn't live. Yeah, the Coh channel. Just called Coh, I think. Honestly, surprised I haven't seen Pirate Software playing Eminem. You think he'll play it? I don't know, maybe. He might. He moves on, just the type of content he does. Yeah, CohhCarnage will move on. I mean, it's where his money comes from. Like, I don't blame him at all. It's his business. You know? It's absolutely his business. He's got to play the newest, hottest thing. Just how he is. Asmongold has said already, older punishing MMOs isn't for him because he doesn't like negative progress. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's also because he's not very good at the game. You know, he's going to fail. He's going to die a bunch. Like, you don't have negative progress if you don't die. You know, I'm just calling you out, man. Calling Asmongold out. Like, don't suck. I feel like I could pick on him because, you know, does he really care? No. He makes so much money. He's got so much money, it's ridiculous. No, maybe I should suck up to him and he'll send me a free computer like he does some other small content creators. He only does that, though, for a game that he likes. I think most players who are from post-WoW era are already going to understand something like this. Oh, yeah, they're going to get it. They're going to dig it. And then we found people, though, that are like in their 20s, like early 20s, that are loving this game. And those people, I love to talk to those guys and gals, those people. I love talking to them because they're like, this is... EverQuest was out before they were born. And now they're seeing this game and they're like, dude, I want to try something like this out. Yes, I did tell Asmongold to get good, bro, in 2026. That is literally what I said. And you are welcome to tell him I said that. And if he wants to raid me with 50,000 people as a... just to flame me, then by all means, please do that, Asmongold. I would love to have your hate raid of 50,000 people. By all means, boost up this game with 50,000 people, and let's make it amazing. Isn't he suspended from Twitch? He is currently, yeah. He got banned for like 2 weeks on Twitch recently. So he couldn't raid me with 50,000 people because he can't close his mouth long enough. Like, dude's got problems. How does it feel being the old man in MMO now? I'm here with you at 35. I mean, I'm not even the old guy. There's people that are older than me probably in this chat right now. I'm 25 and can't wait to play this. I love playing EQ for a bit. Yeah, see, I love it. Duff. We got Duff over here, 25 years old, looking forward to this game. You, my friend, are the next generation. And I love you for it. Absolutely love you for it. How fleshed out are the classes so far? Not very. Since there are so many, I worry about quantity and quality. So yeah, that's right now, I would say, their biggest downfall. Actually, it's been their biggest downfall the entire time they've been making this game, is the class design and getting it implemented and getting them working properly and all that. So previously, for the first 4.5, 5 years or whatever, when they first were making this, the devs, well, I'm not gonna pick on anybody in particular here, but they were making the game very much a copy and paste of EverQuest. While some people liked that, ultimately it made everybody say, this is just a copy and paste of EverQuest. Why would I play Monsters and Memories? Yada, 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 etc. So that was what they were doing previously, and that was, in my opinion, bad. Like, copy the combat of EverQuest, copy, you know, some of the play style of it, but give us new classes that are fresh and unique and interesting to play. So that's what they did previously. Now they are currently redoing all of the classes, every class in the game. They've done 9 so far. They have 9 more to go. So to your point, it's a lot of work. Those classes so far have been hit or miss depending on a couple of factors. Some people like some of the changes. Some people absolutely hate some of the changes. And some people are kind of indifferent. The balance of the classes has been kind of all over the place. So right now they're in a bit of a tough spot where they're trying to get all of the classes revamped into the game, feeling unique so that they're not copy and paste of EverQuest, but they're struggling with getting it done and making them actually function properly. There's a lot of bugs with them right now, and there's just a lot of balancing issues with them right now, and a lot of unknown right now. So that's kind of where we are with it. So that all said, going into early access, I'd be very careful going into early access. You're going to be paying $15 a month to play it in early access, but there's still a lot of work to do. A lot of the classes need to be worked on, a lot of the balance, a lot of the encounters in the game, a lot of the formulas are still kind of wonky and need to be looked at. There's going to be a lot of things. So if you look under the hood on this game and you're one of those kind of players that likes to min-max things and look under the hood and see where the game is good and bad and all that, you're going to find flaws. You're going to find several of them. But if you're willing to just kind of roll with it, it's a fantastic game. And it's a great company, and they're doing a really good job. So, depending on the type of person you are, you may or may not like playing this game in early access. I highly recommend it, though. I love this game. I think it's great. I am a little worried about their classes. You're 55? Ooh, 53? Please tell me there's someone older here. Well, you got a 55, so you're good. Hey, I'm 46. I'm 46. So old. I got EverQuest for Christmas my senior year of high school. Used to play with Voodoo. I also got it my senior year of high school. So you're like 45, 46 as well, right? You're my age. Monster Memories looks so good. Can't wait to try it out. Absolutely, I'm right there with you. This looks like a game where tanking is good. It is. It will be, I should say. Tanks are absolutely going to be a thing that's needed. Right now, though, for the first 20 or 30, maybe even 40 levels, tanks are kind of an option. Once you get into level 50 plus content, that's where tanks are like, yeah, they're kind of needed. Until they make some of those modifications that I said earlier where they just need to adjust a few things. Once they get those adjustments in, tanks are going to be needed throughout all levels. So just be ready. You look better than me, and you got 11 years on me? Uh-oh. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I am 46, yes. And I drink lots of water. I drink lots and lots and lots of water. I try to, anyway. I have good genes. I got to thank my parents for that one. I have very good genes. Both my parents, you know, they're both like in their 70s, late 70s now. But they've always looked good for their age. So I've got good genes. You hit the wall hard at 30. That happens, man. That happens. You can turn it around though. You can turn it around. Love old school MMOs. Me too. I lose. I don't think it's necessarily to replicate the parts of old school MMO that existed because of technical limitation at the time. I agree with that. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I'm breaking all sorts of mez. I'm sorry, Dory. It's my fault. I tabbed over. I think I broke mez. Never played EQ, and I'm 28. And you're loving the game. Thought better MMO would come out. Yeah, I love when I see younger people like you playing the game. And what I really like to see, my favorite thing to see in this game is someone around my age that has a kid around my kid's age that is like, we're playing it together. You know, like my dad or my mom or whatever, my parent played EverQuest when they were teenagers, and now I'm a teenager, and, you know, I'm playing it with them kind of thing. I absolutely love that. $47 to be 48 in November. Nice, nice. I knew I liked you for some reason, Vor. I couldn't figure out why. I think it's time for Age of Indie MMOs. When you can accept that they have limited budget, etc., you'll have an amazing time watching the devs speaking really show their passion. Yeah, like that's one thing about this game. I will absolutely give them credit. I pick on them a lot. I pick on these devs a lot. Okay, I'm probably their biggest critic, but I will give them a lot of credit for what they have done with this game with such a small budget. So that's one reason I absolutely love this game and this team is they have done a lot with very little. And then you see other developers that have done very little with a lot. So absolutely I will give them credit where credit is due. That said, there's a lot of work to be done on this game. There is a lot of work. It's your wonderful personality. That's what it is, Vor. It's absolutely your wonderful personality. Love it. Waiting for Ranger and Necker rework to decide which one you want to play. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I will be doing an overview of those as they release them. At least talking about it. I will try to play them if I can. When they release. I've been playing the fighter since the release. Isar's been playing the monk, so if you have any monk questions, feel free to ask him. He's been playing monk. This is his second level 60 monk, so he knows a lot about monk. And he played monk in EverQuest 2 and in EverQuest 1. I don't know what you play. What did you play in, is he even in here in chat? I don't know what Isar played in Final Fantasy. I don't think they had monk. I think they had something similar, though. Can you tell me the name of the 20% haste belt that drops and what mob drops it? I certainly can. The 20% haste belt is this right here, the Blackened Girdle. And it is dropped by Hovarth or Horvarth. I think it's Horvarth or Hovarth. So if you go to Glass Flats, in Glass Flats, there's a giant tower. If you look at the tower, at the top of the tower, it glows like a glowing top of the tower. You'll be able to easily see it at night in Glass Flats. The bottom of that tower, go inside the door, the bottom of that tower, and turn left. And boom, that's where you got to go. It's actually like below the bottom of that tower, kind of. There's a druid ring that's right next to that tower, to the base of that tower. Druid, like an evil druid's ring that's right there at the base of that tower, and it's the entrance right there. Final Fantasy has a monk job? Oh, then he played monk. I didn't realize you played Final Fantasy, a monk in Final Fantasy. Well then. I hear lots of complaining. It takes over 100 million to make an MMO. I mean, how do I say it? Yes, to make a really good MMO with modern graphics, modern tech, all of that kind of stuff, it's going to take millions of dollars, right? 100 million? Not necessarily. But millions and millions of dollars. This game definitely did it way under budget because they had people willing to effectively work for free and volunteer in hopes that a game is made and they can get a job out of it or get something out of it later. We talked about that the other day. I don't feel like rehashing that today. It's a complicated topic. But yeah, I don't think it takes hundreds of millions of dollars, or $100+ million to make a good game, period, or an MMO. I think that's just like when you get into these big companies like Blizzard, those devs are getting paid minimum $100,000 a year, right? Like the main devs are probably getting $200,000-$300,000 a year. They're getting a lot of money. They're getting paid a ton of money. And if it takes a game 10 years to be made, you paid that dev $1 million. If they're making $100,000 a year and they worked on the game for 10 years, you paid them $1 million. And if you have 100 devs that are working on it, there's $100 million, right? Like it adds up very quickly. But is it necessary? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it might take the game a little longer or like something like that. So look at AOC drama. Yeah. They didn't. I feel bad for the actual devs of Ashes of Creation. I really feel bad for the actual devs of that. Sorry, I messed up on looting here. Because they kind of got shafted, right? They had a good job, but then the game actually never launched. And yeah. Then they ended up losing their job because somebody wanted to skim off the top. Good games take time and passion. Absolutely. Time and passion. Those are the two main factors of making a good game. If somebody has the time and passion and they're willing to not get paid the most amount of money, which most people want to be paid for their expertise, which I get. People are willing though to take a little bit less money. I mean, look at something like Expedition 33. I bet you a lot of those devs that made that game, they came from Ubisoft. Is that right? A lot of those devs probably would have made more money sticking with Ubisoft and just riding that out. And they switched over to a different company that could not pay them as much, but they had the passion to build something new and amazing, and it turned out really well for them. Because now they made Game of the Year last year, or was it the year before? Whatever it was, Game of the Year. And now they can say, hey, this is on my resume. Like, I've got this amazing game on my resume. And now they could probably ask for way more money in the future, you know? I saw ASU failing when they first showed it. Hyped up, bunch of things they couldn't deliver on. Yeah, that's Pantheon as well. Just the main one was Ubisoft. Everyone else they handpicked from random places, and the lead writer was from Reddit. Yeah, and that's just passion, man. That's just passion. That's why I say Niche World's cult needs to hire me. I've got passion, lots of passion, too much passion. I got too much passion for these Niche World cult britches. I'd burst out of them. No, I would totally work for them if they wanted me to. What could be a good support that is not completely lost solo when not enough time to group up? All the support classes. Enchanter, Druid, Shaman. All three of those are really good solo and amazing in party as support or healers. Fighter's still the best tank. Shadow Knight good. Shadow Knight is technically the best all-around tank, I would say. Like, if you want to be able to solo, you want to be able to group, you want to be able to raid, like, literally, Shadow Knight can do it all really well. Fighter is the best end-game, takes the least amount of damage tank. So if you strictly want to be the best raid tank in the game, Fighter. If you want to be the best all-around tank in the game right now, Shadow Knight. And honestly, the Fighter isn't that much better than the other tanks. It's literally 5% difference. It's actually less than 5% difference. So yeah, don't be like, I want to be Fighter because it's going to be the best period tank. No, it's literally a 5% difference, which does add up. But is it the end of the day? You're still going to win the fight probably if you play another tank. Oh shoot! Wait, was that a named? I don't think it was a named. He just had a dagger. Best class for duo? I personally feel like Shaman is the best class for duo, and then you can stick the Shaman with any of the melee classes, really. Any of the tanks, Monk, Shadow Knight, Beastmaster. You put a Shaman with any of those, and you're golden. I wonder if I could email Eminem Devs a bunch of clips of me making random creature noises. Maybe. They might need... I don't know if they need voiceovers or not. Fires of Heaven had passion. Jury's still out on whether they ultimately destroyed the direction of EQ was supposed to go in. That's true, too. Yeah. Passion could kill games. I think, though, it wasn't Fires of Heaven. That was a Führer issue. Specifically Führer, who was the guild leader of Fires of Heaven, who got hired on to EverQuest, and then his true colors came out. How you didn't know that somebody that named their character Führer would end up being a bad person is beyond me. I mean, just think about it. Put 2 and 2 together here. Not a good person. What's the best healer class? I would say overall best healer class is Shaman. If you could only choose one healer, Shaman. Shaman's a very good pick, period. It's just a very good pick. It's kind of like if you're playing League of Legends, Shaman would be first picked or first banned, right? Isn't that what they do, is ban them? Pick ban phase. It just means leader in German. Oh, I know what it means. I know exactly what it means. Why not cleric? For healer? Right now, the cleric isn't the best healer because it is literally just the best healer. Right? And I will elaborate on that. So, right now, cleric will do the most healing to the point that everything is basically over healing. Once you heal somebody 100%, you don't need to heal them anymore. It does nothing. So, why do you need overhealing? You don't. The other two healers, the druid and the shaman, can maintain a group's health just as easily up to 100% without the overhealing. So, they do just as good of a job, but they have far more utility than the cleric does. So that's why the cleric is not the best pick for a healer. It is the best healer if you talk about pure healing numbers and recovering health on a player. It can get them from 0 to 100% health the fastest. But it's unnecessary in this game currently. It's just like that amount of healing is just unnecessary. Best DPS and CC work in the game, or is it like Pantheon? Crowd control, yeah. Enchanter, you need crowd control, like to do high-end game stuff. Low-level stuff, like if you're XPing level 1 to 30, you don't really need an enchanter. But once you get into the high-level stuff, around like the level 50 plus, having an enchanter is extremely helpful. I mean, an enchanter helps at all levels, but is like slightly under required. It's not required to do high level stuff, but it makes it a lot easier. Will this be about the cleric change in future? Do you know? They already did the cleric pass. They just recently did it with the fighter and the monk, and they did not give the cleric more utility to make up for the fact that that the other classes have so much utility. What they're going to have to do, most likely, is there's a couple things. There's a couple steps they're still working on to make the cleric worth it. First, they need to probably lower the amount of healing effectiveness of the shaman and druid a little bit, and or increase the amount of damage that monsters put out. Those are two different options. A mixture of those two, one or the other, something along those lines, would make the cleric worth having. But the amount of damage that monsters put out right now is it's just not worth it to have a cleric. But they are talking about increasing that. So they just recently fixed the armor class. There was an armor class bug that was making it to where armor class was not very effective at the higher level. They recently fixed that, so now tanks are taking far less damage than they were before without really adjusting the monster damage. I think they adjusted it a little bit, but just not much. So now they need to look at, okay, how much are tanks taking at all level ranges? How much are healers healing at all level ranges? And now let's look at the monster's damage at all level ranges, and they're probably going to increase that just to make the cleric more needed. So that's my guess of what's coming down the line. That's why a lot of these things, when going back to our conversation earlier about the different classes being kind of out of balance and broken, etc., that's because they're bringing the classes in without adjusting a bunch of other things in the game. Like a class being overpowered is because it's, you know, it's way too defensive, it's way too much healing, it's way too much damage, whatever. And that's based on the monsters that you're fighting. Not necessarily the class having a problem, but what they are fighting could possibly be part of the problem. Also, with the formulas in the game, that just didn't work right. There have been formulas many times that didn't work right. The math didn't function or whatever happened, and they're going back and looking at those now. Would not be against monsters having monsters hit harder, which would make the game harder. Isn't a bad thing. I agree. Yeah, I think the monsters need to hit harder for sure. I'm coming back after a long break with my Beastmaster. What do you do with the spell book and dual wield versus two-hander? Two-hander is the better way to go for a Beastmaster right now for DPS. So if you're in a DPS, if you're grouping and you're in a DPS, two-handed is the way to go. If you're soloing, you can go either two-handed or dual wield. But I would still probably recommend two-handed unless you have really, really good dual wield weapons. But ultimately, it boils down to the weapon ratio that you have. If you have a really good weapon ratio two-handed and crappy one-handed, then go two-handed. If you have two really good one-handed weapon ratios, then go one-handed and dual wield them. But it really boils down, though, to the two-handed. There's a skill that Beastmasters get that does far more damage if you have a good two-handed weapon. It adds quite a bit of damage. I agree with this Criddle. We had a bad pull that should have wiped us until Akir, but we saved way easier than we should have. I was healing on a cleric and was able to heal through a wild DPS. Yeah, it's really, the game is just too easy. Still, the game is just too easy still. But they're working on it. You know, like, some people will say, well, they shouldn't make the game too hard because then I can't solo. And it's like, well, you're not supposed to really be soloing in this game. This is a group focus game. But that said, like, I think that soloing should be viable, but it should be very difficult, which is what they're trying to do. Is they're trying to make soloing one of those things where you need to be geared, you need to be knowledgeable, and you should be fighting monsters that are like several levels lower than you if you are trying to solo. So that's the route that they're going for, and they just need to fine-tune that some more. Oh, yeah. If you're talking about Beastmasters, you don't need a spellbook anymore. They don't use spellbook. Beastmasters now, all their abilities are either skills or innate in their book. They still have the spellbook, this spellbook right here, their ability book, but you don't need to actually have a spell book. I think they will get it balanced. I think they will eventually. It's taken a very long time, and I'm worried that the start of EA will be so out of balance, especially when they start getting into end game stuff. So you're talking about the balance right now with XP rates, with charm the way that it currently works, with a lot of other things. Some people, because of the balance, are going to be able to get to level 60 so much faster than everybody else. And I know there's a lot of you out there that are going to go, it doesn't matter. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey. You're right. It is. But the destination, like how quickly you can get to that destination, still matters. Because if somebody can get to max level in 200 hours and then start camping all the best gear in the game and flood the market with the best gear, they could end up being, you know, super powerful and all that kind of stuff. And then you're going to complain as the casual player, why are all these guilds locking down all of the best mobs in the game? Well, it's because they power leveled there and they did it. Like, they got there before you, and then they locked down an entire zone of all the best gear in the game, and you can no longer get it. That's why. So that's part of the balance that they need to work on. And then the end game stuff, like when one class is so overpowered that it makes a raid a joke, or an encounter, just any encounter in the game, kind of a joke, and you have to have that class in your party, it just starts to feel bad for the other people. You know, it feels bad for the other players. So that's why I think it needs to be balanced as much as possible, as quickly as possible when EA starts. A little unbalanced is okay, but grossly out of balance is not. Currently on 15 Cleric, I can pretty easily solo yellows. Yeah, Cleric right now with its recent change is really strong. Like really, really strong. Put the book in the bank after you amendment. Yeah. Exactly, the slower levelers will quit, a lot of them. They will. Yeah, they'll quit because they got pushed out by the faster levelers. And that's a balancing issue, ultimately. You know, like if you're a casual player and you pick a class that is underpowered, it's going to take you so much longer to get to that max level. Yeah, the 280 righteous strikes, I'm pretty sure that's bugged. I'm pretty sure those righteous strikes are not supposed to be hitting for 200 plus at level 1. I have a level 58 cleric that I've got on and played and messed around with, and I was only hitting for 330 righteous strikes with a level 58 cleric. So that seems more accurate. So yeah, we'll have to see what they do with the balance on that. Like that kind of stuff does not need to happen and needs to get patched very quickly in EA, in my opinion. That's my biggest worry, to be honest. Big guilds playing Mafia, and they will if they can min-max the game, which they currently can. They will min-max the heck out of the game, play the right classes, get to level 60, and then hog the entire server. They will absolutely do it. Because they can. I'm trying to look out for the little guy here with the balancing. I really, really am trying to look out for the little guy. Soloing should take longer, require critical thinking and some creativity. I'm right there with you. I agree. 133 at level 3 on a bat. Yeah, that's just crazy strong. Way too strong. They gotta bring that down. And it just needs to scale. I don't think that their scaling on that particular proc works properly, I think is the problem. Like it should be maybe like 10 times your level. That would be an easy way to scale it. 10 times your level. Level 1, it does 10 damage proc, which is still really high at level 1. By level 60, it's a 600 damage proc. Cool. You know? That would be like the most damage it should do. Maybe even like 5 times your level would be enough, honestly. Like a 300 damage proc at level 60. If you get high dex and you're constantly proccing, like that's a lot of damage. Looking out for the little guys racially motivated. Yes, I am 100% looking out for the dwarves, halflings, gnomes, goblins. I mean, it represents more than half of the player base. You have how many classes or races? We have dwarves, gnomes, halflings, goblins. So we have 4 classes that are short, or 4 races that are short, right? Then you have humans, ogres, wood elves. Is that it? They represent the Lollipop Guild. No, they represent the majority of races. No Zerat all day today or yesterday. Did it break? Maybe. Keep it, but cut the damage early and quarter. Yeah. I mean, I like it. I like that proc. I think it's a really cool idea to have like this, you know, proc from the heavens that comes down and it strikes down your foe kind of thing. It's just too strong. Yeah, that's all it is. Uh-oh, Burl's doing another giveaway. Sign up if you want to get in on the beta access. Make sure you get in on that. If you do not have beta access, now's your chance. If you do already have beta access, now's your chance to give it to a friend, I guess. I don't know. Don't sign up for it. Give it to a friend. Whatever.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I had a dog that would take vegetables, set them down, and then ask for more. Would not eat them. Oh, you would just take the vegetables and wouldn't eat the vegetables? Yeah. They see you eating people food, and they're like, hey, I want what you're having. They just want to suck the juices and stuff and the seasoning off of them, and then they spit the vegetable out when the vegetable becomes gross. Silly dogs. My girlfriend's the worst about feeding dogs. She feeds our dogs so much. She's like, oh, I didn't finish half of my steak. I'm going to cut it up and give it to you. And it's like, no, I'll heat that up tomorrow and eat it because I'm a human. That's a dog. I love dogs. I really do. But it's actually not good for them to eat a bunch of people food. I mean, it's not good for us to eat a bunch of people food either, but... You know. Which role classes will always have easy time joining random groups? Any of the healers will be able to get a group pretty easily. At higher levels, any of the tanks will be able to get a group pretty easily. And Enchanter will be able to get a group pretty easily. So healer, tank, or crowd control. And specifically the Enchanter right now is best crowd control with haste and slows and all their other things that Enchanters do. Yeah, the only thing that's going to be tough to get a group with is going to be DPS. But you want to have 3 DPS in every group. So it takes, like, there's a tank, a healer, and a crowd control is the best thing you can have in every group. And then 3 DPS. So it's going to be, for every one of those other classes, you get 3 of the whatever. See what I'm saying? So, but there's going to be far more people playing DPS than one of those classes. Tank being the least played class, but the most demanding to play. Believe me or don't believe me, but I'm telling you right now, if you play a tank, it's the most demanding class to play in the game. And that's why it's the least played. Always has been that way in MMOs, though. Yeah, it's always been that way in MMOs. But not everybody's played MMOs, so you know, gotta explain it. There's a lot of new people coming into games, these MMOs these days. They just don't understand that. Bum, 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 bum. So, bro, when are you rolling that the next giveaway? Let's see, 1:30. So you got 8 minutes. If you want to get in on the next beta access giveaway, 8 minutes. I want to learn from Robert, who makes the music in this game. Well, some of the music. I don't think he makes all of it, but yeah, I want to learn from that guy. I want to teach myself how to play some instruments. Do you plan to add maps? Yes, but not like a map where you hit like M on your keyboard and it pops up a map and it shows you everything around you and where you are and all that. So no GPS map. What they're probably going to do with maps is a cartography skill, a trade skill, and it's going to allow players to create maps. And then what that will be is you'll be able to open up your inventory and then like right click on a physical and actual map in game, and it'll open up like a page that looks like the notes page here. It might look like this, but it'd be like look like a hand-drawn map kind of thing. And it won't tell you where you are on that map. You'll have to figure out where you are on that map, and that's probably how they're going to do maps. But that's a maybe. They may or may not do maps at all. But my guess is eventually, yes, that will happen. They're also looking at doing treasure maps, where you can somehow get a treasure map. It's got an X on it. If you get to the X with the treasure map and you right-click on it or something, it will spawn a mob or find a treasure or something like that. Learning piano first supposedly helps with learning most instruments, like having a Latin language background. I've heard that, yeah. I would love to learn the piano. We have a keyboard that's just gathering dust in the garage. I would like to spend like an hour a day learning how to play on that. Hey, thank you so much, Mac, for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I kind of want to get the keyboard out of the garage. We got to find the plug for it. Excuse me, man. I got like something in my throat. I want to find the plug for it and actually learn to play. I would love to learn to play the keyboard, or the piano, which is the keyboard. Kind of, little different. Somebody in chat's probably like, there's a big difference between a keyboard and a piano. How dare you say it's a little different? I'm sure there's big differences, yes. Keep grinding. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, my friend. I'm gonna keep grinding. We're gonna keep playing this game. This is like this is my stock, right? We bought in on the stock of this game when it was low, and we're gonna take it to the moon. When this game blows up in October and beyond, and there's hundreds of thousands of people playing it, we're gonna be the #1 streamer. That's the goal. #1 content creator for Monsters and Memories. To the moon. As well as other games. I will play some variety games. I don't want anybody to be like, think that, hey, Criddle's only gonna play Monsters and Memories, and then you're gonna see me one day play some variety game, like just hanging out with some friends or something, and be like, he lied to us. That actually happened to me, by the way, in Fortnite. Like, this will be a short, funny story. Most of mine are very long-winded. But anyway, I said that I was going to be playing Save the World for most of the time, and like I was going to just keep playing, and I'm going to play it every day, etc. And then I played a variety game one day. I just chose to not stream Save the World one day in Fortnite. And another content creator, a smaller content creator than I was at the time, which was really small, made a video on me, clipped what I said, and then showed me playing another game and was like, he's a liar. He's a big fat liar. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, what the heck? So, yeah, it happens. You have the most knowledge about the game's mechanics, it seems, from all the streamers I know. That's for sure. I appreciate that. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to learn as much as I can about the game to get you all the best information about the game. Because, I mean, like, honestly, watching somebody play this game is going to be pretty freaking boring. If they're just sitting there playing the game, they got to either have knowledge of the game or they themselves need to be entertaining. Otherwise, you're just going to be like watching paint dry. I don't think that I'm necessarily very entertaining. Or be an attractive girl, yes. Attractive ladies playing this kind of game would probably be the #1 stream. Let's be honest. We're living on easy mode. You know, I actually had that conversation with my girlfriend. I don't want to get on like a sexism kind of topic here. But I was talking to my girlfriend kind of about that the other day. She likes to say the whole patriarchy thing more as a joke than anything. But anyway, you know, like we blame men for all the negative things in the world, and women have it hard. And I'm like, I don't know. In some ways, I feel like women have it easier than the guys do. In a lot of ways. But chivalry is dying, so I think it's becoming more difficult. You kind of have like it's two sides of the same coin kind of thing. In some ways, they absolutely have it easier. An attractive woman will absolutely, if they're willing to say the right thing or do the right thing, or do, well, I don't say the right thing. Say or do the thing that men want them to do or say, they're going to have a much easier time on Twitch or YouTube. And it feels bad. It feels bad. We have to work a lot harder at it. It's roll time. Roll that beautiful bean footage. All right, we're doing the roll, guys. We're doing the roll. Here it comes. Attractive women can move anywhere and start fresh and have somebody taking care of them. Sometimes, yeah, somebody, right? Some guy will probably take care of them if they're attractive enough. Oh my gosh, that was the closest I think we've ever been. Reboot Ninjas. If you are in chat, say something now to Burl, or just say something in chat. Get with Burl and get your access, your beta access. Congratulations, you're the winner. Chivalry is dying, and they killed it. Well, yeah. I'm not going to get involved in who killed what and all that kind of stuff and all that, but yeah. It's really kind of sad. There was like one of the actresses from Harry Potter, I think, made an OnlyFans and made more in 1 year from the OnlyFans than she made in her entire career of Harry Potter or something. And I was like, what? But she's doing hair? I don't. What do you mean she's doing hair? Like that's what she does? Anyway, I don't know how it all. Like I don't look into the stuff very much. It's just, you know, obviously clickbait stuff. Where all she shows is her hair. Huh. Interesting. That's an interesting thing to. Okay. Well. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think that, you know, attractive people in general have a better time. Like, I always... I love to hate Ryan Reynolds for that. He's attractive. He's funny. He's intelligent. Like, it's not fair. You're not supposed to get all of those things. You're not allowed to get all of them, right? Like, that's just not fair. Pick two, man. Everybody gets one or two things. You can't have all of them. You're not allowed to have a monopoly like Ryan Reynolds has. You got 0 of those things, right? And it's not fair. It's not fair. Who won? Reboot Ninja? Yeah, Reboot Ninjas. Reboot Ninjas. It's a losing battle type of topic? Yeah. Even if you're right, you're wrong. No point arguing it. Exactly. That's why I'm not going to argue it. I'm just pointing out things that I've heard. I will not debate one way or the other because women have had it very rough. But they also have a positive side to it. It goes both ways. But it depends. They have to do certain things. It's degrading to women, in my opinion. They can make a fortune, but they have to lower their personal standards to do it. It's rough. The whole thing's I'm tall, handsome, smart, and most important, modest. That is the most important thing. And I can see your modesty. And I appreciate that. That's another thing that Ryan Reynolds has. He's tall. Right? He's not a short guy. Let's not like he isn't the same character in every movie. Oh, that's true. That is true. He does play kind of the same character in every movie. He doesn't have a lot of depth. He doesn't have a lot of Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp has a lot of range. He absolutely has a lot of range. Sorry, I just want to make a dad joke there. You heard he's a butthead? I think that Ryan Reynolds probably could be. He probably could be, yeah. But I don't know. Dad jokes rule. They sure do. Volts may want the wrists, so don't disenchant. All right. Yeah, you got to message Burl. If you want to win, you have to message Burl, guys. Yeah, he's definitely going to want to have that. Here, I'll give it to him. That's like best in slot for him, isn't it? Volts. Trade. Boop. There you go. Safe House was legit. Which one was Safe House? Got any tips for profession for monk? I think I chose alchemy as a starting trait. Alchemy's a good one. It's just a pain in the butt. It's probably the most difficult one to level at the moment because you have to do herbalism, and it's just a pain in the butt to level. But alchemy it's the one where you'll use it a lot. Like I need to be using it right now. I could have 20 more strength right now than I currently have. So 10% more strength than I currently have. If I actually went out and bought the harvested and all that. So yeah, it's very, very good. You didn't prepare for this scenario? Just hold on to it, Burl. We'll figure it out. Yeah, Ninja, Reboot Ninja. Make sure you message Burl, please. You have whispers blocked. We're good? Okay. We're good. Sorry if I repeated that too many times. Yeah, it takes a minute sometimes to unblock the whispers. I had to unblock my whispers. I blocked them like 6 years ago. And I had to go and unblock them. Well, guess what happened? To unblock my whispers in Discord or in Twitch, I actually had to put in my phone number to unblock it. Well, that seems easy enough, right? No, it is not. The reason it is not easy enough is because I also had a second Twitch Twitch account that was associated with my phone number. So I had to figure out what my second account was, deactivate the phone number on that, reactivate it on my primary account, and then turn off block. It was really awful. Did I end up getting more keys? We actually did get a couple more keys from the community. Gave us a couple more keys. So Burl is handing those out. He's got all the keys. He'll hand them out as he feels like he wants to do. Actually, didn't you give me one of the keys? I don't remember who did. We have 2 more today. Okay. If you want to do 2 more today, go for it. I'm good with it. Same here. Was having some issues with that. Yeah. It's really annoying. It's really, really annoying. You just got back? Welcome back, Bob Dole. Welcome back. Now if we can just get Zerat to drop the piece of paper that I need. Wait, did I even check for the piece of paper on Zerat? Mushroom, no piece of paper. Okay, we're good. $25% in level 52 today so far? That's not bad. We haven't even been here that long, have we? Have you asked the dev if it's even still in game? I have not asked the dev if it's in the game, no. I think they removed it. But they also, well, I was going to say they don't tell us when they remove something, even when we ask. But that's actually not true because Sean did point out that one of the items that we were trying to camp, he said it does still drop. So he did look into it. Maybe 12 to 15% an hour, so you're happy with that XP? 12 to 15% per hour is decent, yeah. It's decent. I still think you're going to get more as a solo or duo or trio. Which is unfortunate. Especially for the classes that can't solo. Did you miss a giveaway? You had to get lunch? You did, yeah. We rolled it. Burl rolled it. He said he's got 2 more to give away today, though, so stick around. The 2 community ones? All right. So we will put a big asterisk on the next 2. So just know, big asterisk on the next 2. They are community. They are community keys. I trust both of them. Like, I don't think either one of them are trying to be shady and give us fake keys. But they are community keys, so I cannot verify their usage. But I might reach out to the devs over the weekend, because tomorrow they're going to do their giveaway, the big giveaway. We'll let that happen, and then I'll reach out to the devs to possibly get more keys to give out for next week. If they want to give me some. They may or may not. So we'll see. I think it's been helping my channel. I think it's been helping the game. It's been a good thing overall to give out the keys, though. So Come on, devs, do it. Absolutely. I'm going to say the same thing. I will reach out to them and ask them. They may also want to give them to some of the other dev content creators like ZBrushed. I will recommend that as well. ZBrushed might do some beta access giveaways during his streams. Sean, I don't think ever does. Holy moly. Sean, I don't think ever does giveaways on his stream. But ZBrushed might. Nicodemus might. Who else streams that I'm not thinking of right now? Oh shoot, we're in a situation. This is not good at all. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh boy, I want to make sure. There we go. I got the hag. I got the butler and the hag on me. All right, we had to focus there for a second. Apologies. Do Beastmaster pets have different abilities yet? Yes, they do. But the wasp is the best one. Like, it's just hands down, the wasp is the best one. Or hands up, or whatever you want to call it. It is just the best. Keep pulling. All right. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Here they come. Hey, what's going on, Pillow? How are you? Alright, if I'm going to be pulling, I need to turn up my gamma. Just awful. So the Eminem wiki is not up to date? No. No. Eminem wiki is a mediocre at best source of information. Some information on there is accurate, but verify everything you read there. Like, you can get some information there, but verify it when you get in the game. Part of the problem is the devs are they're changing stuff fairly quickly. They're changing stuff fairly quickly in this game. Well, I mean, I say quickly, but they're really not. But they're changing stuff without really telling us, and changing things that are that we can't keep up with the changes, I guess, on the wiki. I don't update the wiki personally. I probably could update the wiki, and it would be way more accurate, but it would be me constantly updating the wiki. Like, it's going to take a lot of work to keep that wiki up to date. So if somebody wants to go and update it, you can ask me a question, I'll give you an answer, and then you can update it. But I just, I don't have the time to do it myself, and I don't know many people that are willing to put in the time to update it. All right, I'm just going to keep these areas clear. I don't know where else we're pulling from, so. Yeah, I'm just doing this area, sorry, because how do you upgrade a Shira Ring Quest to Great One? The one I have, which one? You talking about this one or the Tier 4? Do you have this one, the third one? There's another one that's above this, and you got to do exactly what I'm doing right now. If it drops, which I don't know that it even drops. I can't guarantee that. I've upgraded a couple of things, but tedious depending on how much info you want to give. Yeah, it's a lot, for sure. Were they not asked to sort of let it go until further notice? Sean said don't worry about updating the wiki because there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be changing. There's no reason to update the wiki. Like right now, if they were to go and update the wiki and put in where all the items drop that are currently in the game, that's probably not going to be accurate for the start of early access. Because they're probably most likely going to move items around to other named NPCs for early access. Like a lot of the items that we're currently getting may not be on those same mobs. So I think that's part of the reason Sean was like, yeah, don't go crazy updating that. It's just because you're gonna end up having to change it again. I just, no, I don't have this one and didn't have info on that. So to get the third ring, if you have the first ring, that one's pretty easy to get, right? The second ring, you need to go and kill the named goblin in Telekir, and that'll get you the second ring when you get his head. The third ring, you have to go to Fallen Pass to the rat area, and the bridge that goes over into the rat area. As soon as you go over that bridge, or on that bridge, if you turn to your right while going over that bridge, you will see Taskmaster will spawn there. There's a named Taskmaster that drops a note to get the third ring, and then the fourth ring you get from here. Do you think someone will make an Alakazam type site or Path of Exile price loot site? They tried to make one for pricing stuff, but it didn't get well received within the community, it seemed like. Like, it just was not very well received at all in the community. Maybe they're going to keep working on it. I don't know. But an Alakazam type site, I would say, is just going to be the wiki. Somebody might make an Alakazam type site. I would imagine that some big mega fan might do that if this game blows up enough. But, like, yeah, right now, there's a lot of people that love the game and would love to have that kind of stuff, but they're not willing to put in the effort to do it because it's just the game is not big enough, honestly, to put in that amount of effort. Like, to be like serious about, like, why do I not make a new video every day of every single camp and every quest and all that kind of stuff? Well, because the effort, I mean, the effort's worth it, but is it worth it? You know, it's that kind of thing. And it's going to change. A lot of it's going to change. So maybe one day. It's called The Tunnel, price checker for Eminem. Yeah, and it's just, it wasn't super well received, or it wasn't advertised enough. I think it was advertised plenty. And people were, like, complaining about it, from what I saw. I don't know why they were complaining about it, by the way. I have no idea. But I also think it's going to be like a per server kind of thing. So they would have to, like, the website would need to have a price checker, and you'd be able to sort by server. Whereas something like Path of Exile is kind of the whole game, right? There's no, like, servers. So I wonder if that's part of the reasons. I don't know. Oh my gosh, stop stunning me. Oh boy, don't let Dory die. Holy moly. 2 butlers were up. I didn't have C and Viz, so I couldn't see them. Nope. My 7 minutes on that. Oh, I must have another buff fade. Another buff fade. Bow, bow, bow. Another buff fade away. Keep pulling? Yeah, I can pull. Oh boy, it's gonna be another big pull though. Yeah, man. Oh, jeez. Is that 3 Myrmidon? I thought there was only 2 in there. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Dory's dying again. This is out of control. She's trouble? She is trouble. Yeah, let you split the camp. Yeah, like me pulling when the camp gets like that is rough. Behind and work? Yeah, I figured as much. I mean, the camp's pretty much broken now. Pretty sure we killed the whole camp. You get a stupid lag? Yeah, that'll happen. I'm wondering what they're going to do with that in the future, if they're going to get better servers so that we don't have these lag spikes. Because we get crazy lag spikes sometimes. Why is Wasp the best pet? Can't find anything. It's because of its slow ability. It's got a lethargic sting that slows the attack speed of mobs by 10%, stacks up to 3 times. That's the main reason. Yeah, it's a big difference between like the casual player and like the more hardcore player that keeps up with everything in the game and how the game functions and all that. The devs have said that they made 3 different pet types. You have the DPS pet, the balance pet, and the tank pet, depending on which type of way you want to play the game. The casual player is going to assume that the devs have tested these things and have implemented them properly so that you actually have a difference between the DPS pet, the balance pet, and the tank pet. But they did not test it very well. And in fact, the wasp pet is a DPS pet, so it does more damage than the other pets, and takes less damage, and has better threat. So it's literally just the all-around best pet, even though it is a DPS pet. And it's confused a lot of people. They're thinking, oh, I need to get a bear or a crocodile or something as a tank pet because I want my pet to actually tank for my group. Then they put on the Guardian Spirit ability on their bear or crocodile pet, and then they say, oh, I'm having trouble with my pet not holding aggro or taking too much damage or whatever, and it's because the pets are not balanced. So, there you go. That's the reasons. EA release lag spikes are going to be interesting. Yeah, it's going to be really rough. I hope that they get better servers. Figure something out with that anyway. Because I'm sure they're trying to be a little cheaper on the servers. Because it's coming out of their own pocket right now. But they're going to have to spend a little bit of money to get some good, solid servers. Either that or fix the coding or something. Yeah, they got to fix something. Something there is causing the lag spikes. Or at least spend the money on those servers when they get it. Yeah. Loving my Beastmaster with the show horn you gave me. Super fun. Awesome. I'm glad you're having fun with it. Yeah, the Beastmaster is a good class. It's a very solid class. There's likely some cleanup be able to do before EA launch. If they can't do now with optimization, just think of the old spells and assets that are scrapped. Still taking up server resources. Yeah, well, they're not doing any type of optimization really right now. I mean, I'm sure they're doing some, but they're doing very little optimization at the moment. The game definitely needs to be more optimized. Sangri, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. Welcome back. Welcome back. Glad to have you. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what they can do once they get everything like the foundation in the game, and all they're doing is adding in content and adding in and optimizing and all that. Really looking forward to what they're going to do with all that, because that's the best part about this game is all the content that they do. And right now, there's so much of the foundation that's a little shaky, And it can make the rest of it fall apart. gonna start thinking about dinner, man. It's only 2 o'clock. I didn't eat lunch though. I want to eat something for lunch. Oh, we need to make that chicken. Honey, did we do anything with that chicken? Got chicken in the fridge. It needs to be cooked or frozen. Something needs to happen with that. Did the wasp melee slow percent increase in higher levels? No, it stays the same. It's 10% as soon as you get it, which could be like a level 5 wasp or something. It's 10% per stack, so up to 30%. It should probably increase with level, or they just need to lower it. Yeah. They definitely should do something with it for sure. It is currently just... I don't even want to say it's too good. A 30% slow at level, like in the 50s, is not too good. It's actually just fine. Because like the shaman and the shaman and the enchanter both have a better slow than that 30% total, and they can do it in one cast if it doesn't get resisted. They can do it in one cast. But when the wasp slow is better than the shaman or the enchanter, you know, all the way up to level 20 or 30 or whatever, like, feels bad. Haven't seen the lethargic sting stack. Is my poison overriding it? It just might not be going off very quickly. Join Discord. All right, hang on. Hello. Mm-hmm. We do have a shaman slowing, yeah. And, well, and or an enchanter. So we have both of those. That might be why. I don't know. I recommend, by the way, for anybody playing a Beastmaster, I highly recommend you manually do their spells or their abilities. If you don't, Beastmaster abilities go off extremely slowly sometimes. Like, it might be a 5-second cooldown. I got it. It might be a 5-second cooldown on an ability, but it could take them 10 or 15 seconds to actually use it if you let them do it on their own. They do not do it instantly. So highly recommend you do it manually if you can. Hey, what's going on, Nick Jin? How are you? Can you macro them all to one button like a warrior? No. Those abilities, your pet abilities, you actually have to make 3 separate... I mean, you can, yes. But you have to put them on 3 separate hotbar buttons at the bottom. But you can make it all one button if you want to, yes. Which is what I've done on my Beastmaster. when I play my Beastmaster, I can basically hit one button. It does all my Beastmaster abilities that I want to use, and it can hit all of my my Beastmaster abilities and all my pet abilities all at once. That's just making the hotkeys. So you would go in here, go to settings, keybinds, scroll down to hotkeys. So your hot buttons here. So you got 1 through 10 right over. These are these buttons down at the bottom. And you can make all of these the same button if you want to. Like you see mine has keypad 0, keypad 0. So you can have like it pushes multiple hot buttons. You can actually macro a ton of abilities if you want to. Like you have 12 hotkeys you can put down there, and you can put 5 different abilities in each of those. So that would be 60 different things you could have happen, technically. Which would be ridiculous. But you could if you wanted to. Binding multiple buttons to a single key. Yeah, that's what I do on some of my characters. So if you want to, if you had 10 abilities you want to use on your character, but you only want to hit one button, you could literally have 2 different macros that do 5 abilities each, and then put them down on the bar for 2 different hot bars, and then make sure you hit the same button to activate both of those hot bars. Yeah, it's really nice. I regret my display name choice. Have not heard it pronounced clean once. Nordic folklore. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna. I see Nick Jin. That's what I see when I see that name. But that's probably the American American English pronunciation. It could be like Nick Jin or Nike. I don't know. I actually had somebody the other day comment on one of my YouTube videos, and he said you should change your name. Criddle is just so cringe. Okay. Thanks for the feedback. Like, what? Have you seen some of the weird names that people have on the internet? Like, can someone help me play shaman and use cantrip? Don't understand how or what can be used like cantrip. How to use cantrip? I can try to explain it to you. So, when you get a spell and you memorize it and you put it on your ability bar over here. If it can be cantripped, if you have an extra cantrip, look at where it says 1, 2, 3, literally that box right there. It'll be a different color. It'll either be blue or green if they're spells. If you click on the 1 or the 2 or the 3, whatever the number it is, you will turn that into a cantrip. So you'll memorize it a second time, and it'll make it a cantrip, which means that when you die, that spell does not go off of your bar. It stays on your bar permanently until you remove it. You can remove it from your bar if you want to. Criddle is fine. Anyone can say it and rolls fine on the tongue. That's how I look at it. I think it's easy. It's not offensive. You know, it's Criddle. My in-game character name back in EverQuest was Criddle. Like, that's where it came from. Was my original EverQuest 1 character named Criddle. His last name was Craddle. And the funniest thing, because it's Kriddle, Kraddle. It's the double D. And a lot of people miss that and they say Cradle. It's Cradle. But it's it's 2 D's, which makes it an A, not an A. Anyway, but I don't usually do that anymore. I don't use my my surname anymore. My first MMO name was my first and last name at 9 years old in Asheron's Call. Nice. What's that? Nope, we got bracers again. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, my very first MMO was Meridian 59. My name in that game was not Criddle. My name in that game was actually Death Dragon. I thought I was really cool. I thought I was the coolest kid ever. I'm like, I'm gonna name my character Death Dragon. Yeah. I was a cool cat. Where did Criddle come from? It was EverQuest 1. Actually, it was, so I did a random number or random name generator in EverQuest 1. I hit it several times, and it came up with the name Kriddl. Just Kriddl. And I just added a D and added an E to it, and that was it. Yeah, is that... Yeah, he could probably do both. All right. Yoink, yoink, yoink. So that's where Criddle came from, was EverQuest 1, random name generator, and then I just modified it a little bit. We've all been there? Yeah. My name on, like the PlayStation Network, because I thought I was cool, but I wanted to keep Criddle. So I named it Criddle 187 because I thought, again, I was cool, and you know the rap song 187. I thought I was a cool kid. I was not. But at least with the Criddle 187, I could pretend that like I was born in January 1987 or something. I could say something, you know, like, nah, man, it's not 187. Like the rap, it's January 8th of 2007. Or so, I could do something like that, you know. Like, but that was not what it was. It was literally because I thought 187 was cool. It has since been changed. My my name on PlayStation Network is now it's Kraddle actually. I couldn't get Criddle. Somebody else stole Criddle from me before I could get it. So I had to do Kraddle. Have made so many characters in MMOs, but those early name plays they stick. Oh yeah, they stick to your memory for sure. We had some dumb names when we were kids, man. Stupid names. One that I made for my character, I played one of the Vampire the Masquerade, I think it was. And I named my character Nefarious Nosferatu. Oh, boy. Look at us all coming back together after starting so long ago, right? Yeah, that's awesome. I love it. Love seeing it. I had Moonspark, and then all my alts were Moo in Spark variants. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I make all my characters Crid, Criddle, Craddle. You know, names very similar to that. My first true RP name was Gladora for a human monk in EverQuest. I was 13 and had just watched Gladiator. Nice. Was it a female or is it a male with Gladora? I would think that would be a female. Female name? Yep. But it doesn't have to be, right? I think about that a lot all the time with people's names. Like, what's the most generic name you can think of that could be a boy name or a girl name? It works with either. And names that I've come up with are like Kelly. I've heard that as both boy and girl. Jesse, boy and girl. Riley, I think, is another one. Criddle. Criddle could work as both, yeah. Kelly on a boy. Yep, I've met several boys named Kelly. Sam is definitely a boy-girl name. Yeah, I've known several Kellys. Jamie, that's another good one, yeah. Corey, that's another one I've met, girls and boys. Known a dude named Stacy. Yeah, my stepbrother, growing when I was, well, he's still alive now. My stepbrother's first name is Ashley, which I thought was really like he's the only male Ashley I've ever met. Knew a girl growing up named Ryan. Yeah, Ryan's a very common one. I knew a lot of Ryans, both male and female, that went to my high school. Aaron, yeah. Aaron definitely was. Usually the Aarons I've met, it's pronounced Aaron, but the girls are spelled E-R-I-N, and the boys are A-A-R-O-N. But, yeah, very, very common for them to be Aarons. And do you play EQOA? I did a long time ago, but not very long. Not for very long, but it was a long time ago. Since Evil Dead, we know Ashley is a male name. That's true, yeah. I didn't even think about Evil Dead. Holy moly. Wow, you're bringing back some memories, man. Evil Dead. A.A. Ron. It's pronounced Aaron. Growing up, Logan was a girl's name until I got older. Yeah, now we got Logan from Wolverine. Was Logan his first name, though, or last name? Wolverine's name. Jean versus Jean, yep. Denise. Denise is mostly a girl name. Have you heard a boy named Denise? What server are we on? There's only one PvE server right now, so I'm on the PvE server. Logan was the name he chose. His birth given name was James something. Was that? It was on his dog tag or something, wasn't it? Kim is the mostly a boy's name. Kim is, yes, but in I feel like in Asian cultures, Kim is a very popular. But I think that's their last name, is it not? Kim is a popular last name for Korea, I believe. Originally played on the ECI. How do you pronounce that? The Asai server? I was on Prexis for EverQuest 1. That was the server I was on. Kay is a female name in the US, male in Germany. Okay. Yeah, I have noticed that as well. Like that's another pretty big distinction is between countries. What's like there's oh my gosh, there's one that in the UK it's a very common male name. But in the US it's a common female name. I can't remember what it was. I know two Kims with the same first and last name, completely unrelated. Interesting. You on Prexis as well? Nice. Yeah. You on Prexis too, both of you? Nice. Prexis. Oh yeah. Love it. Yeah, I played on Prexis from 1999 until like 2000, whenever EverQuest 2 came out. Then I switched. Little known fact on Prexis. Prexis was the first added server to EverQuest 1. When they launched EverQuest 1, day one, they had a list of servers. Those got filled up very quickly. Prexis was the first server they added, I think, day 2 or day 3. And there you go. That's where it came from. It was like the first, I guess, technically overflow server. Yo, on Finn and Row. Nice, nice. You know, I feel like this game is like it's like going to a family reunion, you know? You're like, man, I haven't seen you in years. And it's like, these are all your distant cousins that, whoops, wrong thing, that you're like related to, but you never talk to. So you don't really know anything about them, but you all have the same, like, one thing in common, which is your family, like where you're from. Find that interesting. How's level 60 feeling so far? Feels like level 60. I mean, I've been level 60 for months. How's the warrior feel? Warrior or a fighter, whatever. Yeah, it's good. They didn't change a whole lot with it. They added in a couple of abilities that made the fighter slightly, very slightly more defensive. Gave it a little bit of healing and a little bit of like a damage absorption shield thing. And then they added in the Juggernaut ability, which is very useful, which is that ability right there where I charge in. Very, very useful, good ability. Other than that, they didn't really change much. I feel like they still need to lower the DPS of the fighter and increase the threat of the fighter. I still think, and I would like to see more defensive things as well. So make them more defensive, more threat, less damage. That's my preference. But, yeah. My cousins are all ugly as these ghouls. Oh, that's not nice. I've got cousins that are kind of all over the spectrum. I get to see them all next weekend. I'm excited. First time in a long time that I get to see a lot of my family at the same time. My stepdad passed away several months ago now, and we're doing a celebration of life for him. And I get to see like a lot of my cousins that didn't show up to our last like family reunion are going to show up to this. So, be good to see them all. One of them is clearly on drugs. That's not good. Vethis. Oh, boy. Vethis stunned me. When, if ever, do you sword board on the fighter? So, technically, you min-max sword boarding on the fighter. So, like right now, I'm tanking this mob. But if you look down here at the very bottom, or this spell, this ability right here, Shield Bash. Okay? So this ability I have macroed down at the bottom of the screen. And what I would do is I would pick up my shield, switch, use that ability, switch back. That's when you sword board as a fighter. That's it. If you're trying to min-max your gameplay. You never want to actually use the shield all the time. Maybe against like a really, really tough mob. If threat is not an issue and DPS is not an issue at all, you don't care about damage, you don't care about threat, you're just trying to minimize the amount of damage you're taking, then you wear a shield. But it's just not worth it to use a shield right now in most cases. It's not worth it. Where do you guys do family reunions? We're going to be at my cousin's house. Down in Florida. Florida. The last family reunion I went to at a location that wasn't a family member's house was at a church. It was my ex-wife's family reunion. And they did it at the church that several of them are part of. Miss going to Panama City as a kid? I used to go to Panama City on spring break when I was younger. Yeah, it was fun. My dad, I lived in Florida. I was born in Florida. But my dad would take us sometimes to Panama City. It's good times. Good times. Where are these items going? I'm not seeing any of these items show up in my inventory when I'm looting them. I literally just looted like a tunic. It's right here. There it goes. That's weird. It was not... I did not loot it. Strange. I found a bug on their frequently asked questions where they say they wouldn't add sense heading in relation to maps. What do they mean by that, though? Like, they wouldn't add a sense heading to a map, like a GPS map? Instead, they added a sense heading ability that you can see which way you're facing. Maybe that's what they meant. I don't know. That's weird. I've scrolled over the last deep dives. Feel like they moving on the cautious side of remaking things this time around. They did, yeah. Like the first few deep dives were very much like super deep dives, right? They decided to like go to the bottom of, what is it called, the Mariana Trench or whatever it's called. They wanted to go as deep as they possibly could and do like these huge, massive overhauls to these classes, and it was too much. They seem to have reeled that in quite a bit, and they're just kind of making changes to some of the abilities now. Kind of funny example of them changing a decision on something. Yeah, they've changed decisions on a lot of things, to be honest. Like some things that they were really, really embracing, they've changed. I think they just started to realize that it's just not, sometimes it's just not as fun as you think it's going to be when you put it into the game. I also think that some of the devs for this game are very new to game development, and they want to try something without realizing that it's just going to be awful. They won't add like GPS. Yeah, they're not going to do that. It just says there's no maps or compass or sense heading skill. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that. I mean, I'm glad that they're willing to change a little bit. Absolutely. I hated the no sense heading because you never get a map. Yeah, the no sense heading thing to me was a slap in the face, because if you're not playing a spellcaster, you don't have any possible way to know which way is north, which way is what direction, unless the sun is up. Well, I guess you could look at the moon too, but like inside of a dungeon or something, you just had no way to know. It was a very, I don't want to say it was a big advantage, but it was an advantage that spellcasters had over like rogues and fighters and monks and, you know, the classes that don't have any spells. It's kind of silly. Saving the juicy class like Necro, Shadow Knight, and Enchanter for last. I don't think they're going to change that much is the reason. Do Beastmasters have no self-heal anymore? Looking for new abilities? They do have a self-heal. It's called Lick Wounds. It is a 60-second recast, and it heals you for 20% over 10 seconds or 5 seconds. I think it's 5% every 2 seconds for 8 seconds, something like that. Anyway, it's a heal over time that costs mana. But they do have one. It is not very efficient. You do not want to use it if you can help it. You're way, way, way better off letting your pet take all the damage and then heal your pet. It's much, much better to do. Four licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop? I mean, the center of a Beastmaster? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Beastmaster? A 1, a 2. I hated this philosophy. As for finding cardinal directions, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things that, come on, we're not Bear Grylls here. And what if you're indoors? There is no sun. And then, so what it is they made a dungeon called Glinting Hollow, where you can't see the sun or the moon. You can't see the sky, but Glinting Hollow is a dungeon where you go up in different tiers, different levels of it, and you need to know what direction you're facing. Because if you're going north or west, you actually zone out of the dungeon. If you go east or south, you actually go to different levels of the dungeon. And it's like, you made this dungeon, but you didn't give us any way to actually know which way we're facing. It felt really weird. You had to like memorize every single floor. Lindsay. That is another good male-female name. And that's the one I think I was thinking of. That's the one in the UK. Lindsay is a very prominent male name. In US, it's a prominent female name. Just started playing yesterday. One of the people from Rampage helped me out with some newbie directions. Awesome. See, we're not all bad people. Just me. I'm the only bad one in Rampage. I'm the worst. Have you also played Adrenaline Online Adventures? I have not played it yet. I've seen a lot on it. I would like to play it. If they do a playtest while this game... Well, if they do a playtest soon, I'll probably play it. Before early access starts. I'll at least try out Adrenaline Online Adventures. We'll play it, maybe stream it for a day or two or something and check it out. That'll be one of those... variety games I was talking about earlier, where yes, I might switch it up and play a different game other than Monsters and Memories at some point. Don't hate me for it. Monsters and Memories will be my main game though. The Elf Town has no sun. I mean, it is blocked out by the trees. That is true. My Beastmaster has synth setting. All characters now have synth setting. It's just it's a thing you start with. They just added it a week ago or whenever they did the last update. Mr. Sandman, bring me a drink. All right. Can confirm all of those beta access that we did today were used. Mr. Sandman. So I got it when the getting was good. You did. You got it when the getting was good. Absolutely. Beastmaster got True North. I'm really sure. They had True North. I don't know if they still had True North after the update to Beastmasters. I think that was one of the... Because that was a spell. So they removed all spells from Beastmaster. They now have abilities. Doesn't have Sense Magic anymore. How do we know what buffs our pet has? So you're correct. They don't have Sense Magic. Only the 7 caster classes, I think, get Sense Magic. But you can get a clicky item. I'll show it to you because I have it. You can get this item right here. It's called the Measure Stick, and it's a clicky effect of Sense Magic. So you can target yourself and cast it at level 15. You can't do this quest until level 15, but this is a quest, and it is not a quest where you have to camp a mob or anything like that. It's literally a quest that anyone can do at any time, but you do need to be level 15 or higher. I will recommend being a little higher level or using Invis or Sneak or something like that, because the goblins that you have to kind of go near are like level 20 something. So it can be a little bit tough at level 15 to do, but you can absolutely do it. If you want to have a walkthrough on that, I have it on my YouTube channel. So look up Measuring Stick Quest on the YouTube channel, and you will be able to find that quest and a full walkthrough on it. Burl's doing another giveaway, guys. He's doing another giveaway. 2 codes. Oh, we're going to do back-to-back. We're going to double it up. 2 codes, and he's going to do it in about 30 minutes, 25 minutes or so. Beastmaster not having Invis anymore certainly complicates the Measure Stick quest. It does, but yeah, like how I do it on a class that doesn't have Invis, you can get a friend to Invis you, Or you can get somebody to train the mobs away. Or get a monk to pull them, like train them away and feign death. There's a couple ways you can do it. You do have to do math. You do have to do math unless you watch my video on it. I tell you the exact numbers to type in, but math is involved on that quest, yes. But yeah, get in on that giveaway, guys. Get in on the giveaway. We don't all have a pocket ESAR. You're correct. You're correct. You don't all have a pocket ESAR. I'm pretty sure in my video, though, I did it without a pocket ESAR. I think I did it with Invis, though. Or somebody else trained it away or something. I don't remember what happened. Because I do show it in my video, though. I did it on the Wizard with Invis and Exodus. Yep, that'll work. I died probably 5 times doing that quest originally. When I was trying to do the walkthrough and figure out how to do the walkthrough, I died on that quest 5 times. I also had to restart that quest 3 times because of the bug, which they have apparently fixed, but I wouldn't trust it personally. But there's a bug that if you when you're talking to the NPC to give the numbers, if you hail the NPC, if she says, "What is the measurement?" and you hail the NPC or say anything but the actual measurement numbers, she would take your items away and you have to restart the whole quest. Really annoying. But I'm pretty sure they fixed that. Yeah, it was super annoying. Golly, man. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. Got in the raffle this time? Nice. Well, apparently it's going to be a twofer this time around. Burl said he's going to give away 2. 2 at once. And they're actually, both of these are from community members. Both of them happen to be in my group right now. So one is from Volts here, and one is from Silky Smooth. The 2 codes given out as a bundle, 2 separate. 2 different people, I'm guessing. The group tax, yeah. I told them they had to give me their keys or else. Oh, shoot. I didn't pick up that shirt. Reload. Good luck to everyone. Thanks again. I've already got an Ogre SK rolled. Nice. Excellent. Love to hear it. I'm glad people are still excited about getting into this game. There's so many people right now that have played in the beta and already quit. And they're waiting for early access. And it's nice that there's so many people out there that still want to get in and play and still want to check it out. I love seeing that. Where's the sign up for the giveaway? It's in chat. Every once in a while, Burl has been putting it in chat. He will link it every few minutes. It is in chat. Yeah, if you scroll up, you should see it somewhere. Should still be there. Is today Thursday? Oh, shoot. All right, give me a second. I gotta look at something. You haven't followed yet. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Okay, well, we'll do that. Sorry, I'm looking at I may have to work this weekend. And I don't want to, but I may have to go and make some minis. Be the old Uber and Lyft thing again. What's going on, Don? How you doing, bud? Saw you in game the other day. I was the one who asked if you need a flux. I've been playing Ranger, level 15, and loving it. Awesome. Fantastic, man. Glad you're having a good time. Yeah, I don't usually need flux. Flux is only used for making, like, armor or weapons. There's only a few things that's really needed for. There's, like, one alchemy recipe, I think, that uses it. Even though you make it with alchemy. But yeah, I don't do enough crafting to really need the flux. But I appreciate the offer. I'm doing well, Don. Doing well. Just kind of living it up. Enjoying the game. Enjoying the chat. Enjoying all of it. Enjoying life. But yeah, since I'm going to be gone next weekend, I'm going to have to work some this weekend. Which will probably cut into stream times some. So tomorrow will be a shorter stream. Saturday, a shorter stream. And I might have to actually do stuff on Sunday as well. We'll see how it goes. You guys have been awesome lately. Coming in, hanging out, being part of the fun. Quit after EA do this full time? I'm already doing this full time. It just doesn't make enough money. That's the problem. If this made enough money, I would definitely not do the Uber Lyft stuff. I'm doing that as supplemental income right now when I have bills to pay. Got rent and insurance and food on the table and all that stuff. This looks like Eminem, but I'm not entirely sure. It is Eminem, yeah. Should drop a game title in the description. I usually do have the game title in there, but we're giving away keys today. But that is what this game is, yes, Monsters of Memory. Beads. The good news is disenchanting that got me the second echo that we needed for your wrist. I'm sure you've been asked this a bunch, but how do you feel about the latest fighter revamp from gameplay perspective? Not so much the numbers balance. I mean, it's fun. It's an okay class. The only thing I don't like about the gameplay perspective is right now it's best to go dual wield and then swap in a shield, use an ability, and then swap back to dual wield. So you're constantly having to, if you want to play like min-max playstyle, you're constantly having to swap in and out, which kind of feels bad. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, you don't necessarily have to do that, by the way, but you will have to do that if you're in a group that that if they are trying to maximize, you need to be maximizing. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard to hold threat. So it just depends on your play style and the group that you play with play style. I'm hoping they change that in the future. I cannot stand playing a class that does stance dancing. It just, it's awful. Awful. Znert coming in with a sub. Thank you so much, Znert. Glad to have you as part of the awesome community we are building here. Hopefully we continue building this awesome community as time goes on. How does two-handed feel by comparison? You don't really want to use two-handed. There's no reason to use two-handed other than cleave. And cleave is not really an ability that you want to be using in a group because you're going to have people mezzing like what just happened right there. And if you use cleave, you're going to be breaking mez. This game is more of a fight one enemy at a time kind of game, not an AoE kind of game. There might be some niche cases where cleave would come in handy, like a tank trying to pick up a bunch of adds that spawn. Like if you're doing a raid boss and the raid boss has several adds that pop, then you could go cleave. But the problem with it is that cleave requires vengeance. Vengeance requires you to be taking hits to gain vengeance. So if you are an off tank, you're not going to have vengeance to be able to cleave. So it's kind of weird. And if you're the main tank taking the hits and it spawns adds, you're not going to want to use cleave to pick up the adds because you're the main tank and you're already taking too much damage and you don't need to be taking more damage. So it just, the entirety of the two-handed weapon and cleave stuff on the fighter is pointless, honestly. But like I said, there might be a niche case where it could be handy, but it's mostly pointless. So by extension, if I enjoy the vibe of two-handed tank, the other tanks are better suited? Not yet. They might be, though, because the deep dive on the fighter has been done. The deep dive on the other three has not. So they might get some two-handed weapon abilities. They may not. I don't know what's going to happen with that. But those other tanks do more often use two-handed abilities or two-handed weapons. Because they need the extra damage to hold threat, especially the Inquisitor and Paladin. they absolutely need to be using a two-handed weapon to be able to hold threat. So, is there an easier way to farm wood and herbs without manually switching weapons like a macro? There is not currently. They are talking about adding that in a toolbar of some sort. So maybe in the future, but right now there is no way to do that. Don't they also just not have dual? Yeah, they don't have dual wield, so that's why they usually use two-handed. Is because they don't have dual wield, and two-handed weapons is the better way to hold threat for them. Yeah, that's the reasoning. I know the class page shows Shadow Knights prefer two-handed weapons, so maybe it's in the tank for me. Yeah, I mean it might be once they do the revamp or the deep dive on Shadow Knights. Like, they might make it to where Shadow Knight can't use a shield, you know? I don't think they're going to do that. But it's possible that they could be like, nope, Shadow Knights don't use shields. And they only use two-handed weapons. It could be possible that they're just a two-handed weapon tank all the time. But I don't know. We'll have to see what they do. Four minutes, and Burrow's going to be rolling 2 beta access giveaways. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. 2 codes, 2 codes. Burrow's like, we're going to go ahead and do 2 of them because I'm tired of doing these today. He told me that. He sent me an email, and he's like, I'm tired of doing this. Increases your chances of winning by 100%, so all good. Yeah, it kind of does. All right, let's see if we can get these on here. Is this? Yeah, this is done. Nice. I got both of those to go off without, Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Estar still giving free loot to the beta winners? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want free loot, win, and then everybody message Esar. No, don't do that. He might give you some free stuff, but it has nothing to do with the beta or with the beta access. You'll camp your spot of choice for 48 hours. You can pick one item in the game, and Esar would camp it. No, I might give away some stuff, though, some items or something to some of the new players. We'll see. Yeah, if you make a character and make your character and let me know when I'm in town. If I have a few new items or a few extra items, I might be able to give them to you if I have them. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just depends on what we've been camping lately. What are the best healers and tanks in your opinion? Shadow Knight's the best overall tank in the game, like from all perspectives, from solo to grouping. It can do everything. It's just a good tank. Best overall. And then as far as healers, I would say Shaman's the best overall healer. Druid is the second best, and Cleric is the least for overall things to do in the game. If you're talking about like end-game rating and in-game content and all that kind of stuff, the Fighter has a little bit better of tanking capabilities than the Shadow Knight currently. And the Cleric is a little bit better at healing because of things and such. But overall, yeah, the other way around. Roll delayed a minute. All right, no worries. Even with the latest Cleric rework? Yeah, even with the latest Cleric rework. Cleric is an over healer. That's the problem with it. The other two healers can heal perfectly fine and have a lot more utility in their kit. The Cleric, the main benefit of a Cleric is that it just heals better. But it's an unnecessary amount of healing. Like you just don't need it. So because of that, the utility of the other two classes is better. Do we have a role sign up? There is a sign up. Yeah, it should be there. Scroll up on the screen or scroll up in chat. Burl's been posting it periodically. It should be there. What race and class? This is a Dwarven Fighter that I'm playing right now. Or as I like to call it, an ape. Because his arms are so much longer than his legs. He can basically stand up straight and touch the ground at the same time. I don't know why they made him very ape-like. But here we are. With the ape. Same physique as you. You have a bigger torso and shorter legs. Yeah. I'm the opposite of that. I've got longer legs and shorter torso. Oh my god. After what? Okay. What is the chance name mobs can spawn in place of placeholders? About 20%. It varies, but it's about 20%. Like, I mean, it's 100% RNG. What's the number one way to level up as level 4? Just kill monsters right there in town. Try to get a group if you can and go do the hatchlings that are right there next to water. It depends on where you are too. P99 is so boring now. Path is broken. No way. I'm playing EverQuest Legends, yeah. Eminem is my only hope. It is my only hope too. Well, yeah, if you can get a druid to give you a damage shield, that's the best way to level up any character at low level. Get a damage shield, tag mob, or get a damage shield, run around and tag a bunch of mobs. And you'll level up insanely fast. You can go from level 1 to 10 in like 20 minutes. It's just stupid. Let's roll. All right. All right, Burrow's going to roll it up, guys. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Give it away. Give it the biggest one so far. Wow, look at that. Look at all of these beautiful names. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. We got Drunk and Disorderly. Drunk and Disorderly. Message in game, or sorry, not in game. Message Burl in Twitch chat or YouTube chat. And let us know that you are here. We'll get you a code. We're going to do another one here in just a second. We're going to do 2 back to back. So stick around for just a second. What song's stuck in my head now? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How do you activate them? Burrow will send you a link. All you have to do is follow the link, create an account, and boom. Or follow the link and log into your account, and boom. 2 minutes on that one. Can roll the second one for now. All right, we're going to roll a second one. Are you ready? Go ahead, Burl. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep them doggies rolling. Rawhide. So this is the second roll. We do have 2 to give away right now. Second one is going to... Oh, Yes, Babe. Yes, Babe. So say something in chat. Burrow's going to give you a couple minutes to say something. Wowzers, trousers, that's me. I want to start using that. Wowzers, trousers. Oh my goodness. We still might do another roll if the other person that does not speak up soon. Drunk and Disorderly. Speak up soon. Or lose out on your chance at winning. They responded to you directly? Okay, never mind. I think Burrow's got them both. Burrow's got them both. Did you give disclaimer on these 2? I did earlier. Disclaimer on these 2 is these were both given by community members. They should work, but if they don't work, I'm sorry. But they should work. They were given by community members, though. So just FYI on that. But it's 2 people that I don't think deceived me and gave me incorrect things. So just a big asterisk on those, that they are community member keys. Hey, hey, hey. What's going on, Drunk and Disorderly? Exciting. Exciting stuff. Mine still says available, so it should be good to go. Perfect. Yeah, I think both of them are in here in chat. Glyphix is one of them, and then Volts is the other one. He's at least in my group right now, but I don't know if he's in chat or not. So they both should be good, but yeah. Grats, good night. Take care, Siriune. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you hanging out. That's going to be the last giveaway we're going to do for today, everyone. Stick around if you want to. We're going to stream for a little bit longer. But no more beta keys or beta access to give away right now. But we might get more later. So look in your emails for tomorrow. They will be doing some more access tomorrow that they always do every Friday, I'm assuming. And then I'll ask devs if we can get some more. We're looking forward to getting into Explore. Awesome. Love it. I'm looking forward to you doing that as well. We've really been growing the stream lately, and I appreciate that from all of you guys. Like, I think that the giveaways are helping, but also just people chatting more and hanging out and just being part of the community has also helped quite a bit. So thank you for being here, everybody. You guys are awesome. I know the friend codes don't get used much, so if anyone has one and wants a friend, just saying. There you go, yeah. If you guys have one, give them away in chat if you want to people, specific ones. You can give them to me. I will roll them randomly if you want to do it that way. But yeah, make sure you use your friend codes if you have one. You can find them. I'll show you exactly how it works, actually, because all of mine have been used now, unless they gave me new ones. But to find your friend code, if you have one, go to monstersandmemories.com, click on play, log in, click on this drop down, click on invite friends, and boom, you can see these are the ones that we have been given away. So these are the ones that the devs have gave me right here in this list, and we gave them away to people already. So make sure you're giving away your friend codes if you have them. I will try to get some more to give away if I can, but no promises. Thanks for doing the giveaway. I came for the giveaway, but followed for the good vibes and great radio voice. Thank you. I appreciate that. We were talking about that earlier, that people say that I have a good radio voice or a good host voice, but I can't sing to save my life. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. I forgot I was on pool duty. Great voice for the sea shanties, I'd reckon. Maybe. Yo ho, the pirate's life for me. Spot on. Nice. Did it. I'm not responding to what? Did I miss something? I'm sorry. I try to read everything. I don't read very fast. That's one thing that Co-Carnage will always have over me. He can read. He can read very quickly. He's definitely a more avid reader than I am. The cheer? Oh, the cheer. Thank you so much. I appreciate the cheer. I totally missed that. I apologize. Thank you for all of the support. Be it a cheer, be it I think I did hear that, but maybe it was because of the Yep, I see it now. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that very much. Cheers, subs, follows, all of that is very, very appreciated. It allows me to keep doing what I'm doing and keep making content for you. You don't do it for the recognition? Yeah, but I mean, it's honestly, the recognition is more for me. I want to make sure that I see it, so I know. So I do appreciate it very, very much. You guys are rock stars. You don't always chat, mostly lurker? Awesome, love that, yeah. I don't mind lurkers. Like, I know that not everybody likes to chat. So if you're just a lurker here, big thank you for coming in, lurking while you're working, or whatever it is. Maybe you're lurking while you're twerking. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what your lifestyle is. But maybe twerking is your working. Could be. But whatever it is that you're doing, I appreciate you guys for being here. So, or you all. I appreciate the ladies too. PvP friend code. All my friends are playing. Nice, nice. You're looking for a PvP friend code? Well, you're in luck that any friend code will get you into the PvP. Because if you get a PvE code, they also work for PvP. Then there is a PvP specific that you can get just for PvP. They're separate but not separate. Common lurker, don't talk from time to time. No worries, Don. I appreciate you being here. You always come in and at least say hi, you know? That's one thing that I've noticed about you. When you do speak up, sometimes you're just like, hey, what's up, everybody? How are you? Love it. Separate but unequal. That is true. They are separate but unequal. Your kind of background noise while I struggle to enjoy Pantheon. Ouch. I get to hear all the fun I'm missing out on in Eminem. Ooh. I'm sorry that we bash Pantheon a lot. Actually, I'm not. I'm not sorry about that at all. No, I've been trying not to bash it as much, but we do bash it. My code has now been claimed. Congrats, whoever it was. Awesome. Love to hear it. You're now best friends. Yep, you guys are now best friends. You are now best friends. We're the two best friends that anyone ever had. I think it's required now, Silk, that you need to you need to go and like give them a bunch of money or something. Best buddies in the world, exactly. Oop, there was a diamond there that I did not pick up. Diamond in the rough. Yeah, Glyphix is this guy right here. He's the rogue in our group. Silky Smooth. Wherever he is. He's right there, yeah, right? He's that little halfling back there poking this zombie in the butt. Right in the bum. He's getting him. Absolute Chad. There you go. Oh, let's get this guy. We will do some more giveaways later on, though, if I can get more from the devs. So I will let you all know when that happens. It could just be random, though. Could be random. Somebody sometimes comes into chat and they're like, hey, I've got a friend code. You want to give it away? And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So you never know. You never know when a friend code might pop up. Sad thing is I'm not working right now, so I have all the time to play. Something tells me I'll find a code the day before I go back to work. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be rough. That's going to be rough. Well, I hope you get to go back to work soon. Hopefully it's not one of those situations where you're just out of a job at the moment and you need a job. Hopefully it's just that you happen to have some time off. But hopefully you find a new good job soon or whatever's going on and that works out. But until then, absolutely enjoy some game time. Might give all my Shadow Knight gear away. I don't plan on playing it the rest of beta. Yeah, do it. Yeah, give it out. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. You just sharded a Shadow Knight? There you go. Weary Bard is looking to be your friend, Burl. And he's weary. He's tired of looking for gear. Zerat! Come here, Zerat. What a coinky dink. I know, right? Ridamarinka corwinky dink. Ridamarinky doo. Or what, however that song goes. Keep your account warm, but I'm a healer main. Yeah, well, Burl still has his Elementalist so his Elementalist I think is 42. So if they do a Fallen Pass Fall and Watch. Yeah, if they do Fall and Watch and they level lock it, like they're saying that they're gonna try to do, Burl might be one that we grab and go check it out. I've got my Beastmaster up to 35 now, so I might play that as well. Is the beta key just the web link? Yeah. So the web link that you have, that's the beta key. You just send it to somebody, they click on it, make an account, or log into their account, and then they have access. It flags their account for access. It's a pretty cool system they actually have set up. Ooh, we got the Filth Striders. Those are good. Actually, Silky Smooth might want those. You want those, Silky Smooth? I think, or Sam, did you guys already have those? Both of you guys? You have them? Okay, yeah, Silky Smooth, then let me give them to you. Those are good. Those are like best in slot boots for melee. For melee DPS. Oh, shoot. I don't think there is better chain. I don't think there's better chain boots. There might be, but... they're very good DPS boots, for sure. Not so cool, because my brother had a key, and my friend got an invite via email. My friend kicked the invite key and logged in his account and burned both codes, the friend code and his personal invite code. Oh, man. That sounds like a noogie waiting to happen. You need to grab your brother and just be like, just get him, man. Does anybody do noogies anymore? Is that even a thing? Remember Slug Bugs and Cruiser Bruisers still? Yes, I remember all those things. Oh my gosh. My son finally started getting into Punch Bug. Burl is giving away at the West Bank right now. Burl Knight is the name, and he's giving away this and this currently at the West Bank in Night Harbor. If there were ever a reason for an atomic wedgie, oh my goodness. My son reads that book, or likes the book series with the two kids, two boys that I think they do an atomic wedgie in there, like Captain Underpants, I think is what it is. Are most items bind on equip? Can you sell BIS gear to other players? Most items in this game are actually not bind on equip or no drop or anything like that. Almost everything is tradable. So yes, you can in fact sell or trade BIS gear. And we do that sometimes. We do sometimes do that. We'll probably do that for early access as well. So make sure that you're around in early access. If you're on my server, whatever server I end up on, and I'm not going to say what server that is probably ahead of time. I might announce it. I might not. We'll have to see. Because I don't know if I want to deal with all of that or not. But if you end up on my server, we'll probably do some sort of giveaways for gear once we are established, once we get level 60, and we have our gear, and we're just out camping stuff and helping other people level and whatnot. There's a good chance you might get some free gear, possibly. It's rare to see no drop. It's more common in the gear to be tradable. Yep, it is. Most of the no drop gear or the no trade gear is quest gear. So you have to have a quest. In fact, everything that I'm wearing, every piece of gear that I have, except for quest items, are tradable. Including raid gear. This item is a raid piece. This item is a raid piece. This item is a raid piece. They came from like the hardest content in the game. And they're all tradable. Oh, is a mob in camp? I hit tab and I didn't see it. My bad. That might be, yeah. That might be why it's okay. Yeah, like I said before, like it's because of the way that I was doing it, but you can absolutely get around it. And that's what I was trying to explain to them, but they don't care. What game is this? It's called Monsters and Memories. All right, Burrow's going to give away 2 more items at the West Bank. I'm going to link them here in just a second. All right, here they are. Woven hide belts and gore-smeared leg guards or leggings, war leggings, gore-smeared war leggings. At the West Bank. Burly Knight. Burly Knight. What do you think the most soloable class is? Maybe Elementals or Necro? I would say Necromancer is going to be the most soloable class even after the deep dives are done. Right now, the best class is probably Enchanter. Enchanter is insanely good. Watch what's all the deep dives are going to give us reasonable quadding back on the wizard. Maybe. Yeah, right now the deep dives have only been done for 9 of the 18 classes, and they are not very well balanced. So, just FYI on that. FYI. What profession perk would you take for Enchanter, Jewelcraft? I mean, the class doesn't really matter. You can do all the professions on anybody. But Jewelcrafter is a good one for an Enchanter because they can enchant bars guaranteed. They don't have to actually do enchanting. So if you want to make jewelry and you don't want to level enchanting and jewel crafting, then an Enchanter picking jewel crafting is a good pick. But none of them are really needed. I would say the best overall trade skill to choose is alchemy, but it's a pain in the butt to level. You need a level herbalism and alchemy, and it's just a huge pain in the butt. But it is overall the best to have. Like for late game, for really any time in the game. But none of that stuff is really needed. Like you don't need much of the crafting stuff. Like jewel crafting is good, but the thing is with it is that once you have your like jewel crafting or blacksmith or tailoring or leatherworking, once you have your gear, you never need to make anything else. Like you just have it. And they're not even the best gear in the game anymore, so it's kind of like whatever. Cooking might be up there soon with jewel crafting as they keep adding stuff to it. Yeah, it adds like some extra stats to your character. Mayhaps. Thank you so much. You have no idea the joy I gave you today. I'm glad you are having a wonderful day, and I'm glad we were able to make that better for you. Love hearing that. If Wasp is the best pet, what's the second and third? Best pet is Wasp. Second best pet is Spider. Third best pet is Crocodile. Fourth best pet doesn't exist. Yeah, it's pretty much Wasp, Spider, Crocodile. In that order. Swear it sounds like you're like heaving. Doing a little moonwalk pulling. There's no mobs. I wonder if Sean's going to stream tomorrow. I kind of don't want him to, because I'm going to have to probably go driving tomorrow evening, and I won't be able to do a quick recap. I'll have to do a recap on like Saturday morning or something. Guess we'll see what time he does, if he streams tomorrow. Probably. Yeah, what level is this thing? Like 55 or something? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's shrunk right now. Yeah. Whoops. Now we got the boots. He already has them. And we gave another pair to Silky. So those are extra. More boots no one needs? Yeah. I'm sure we could find somebody to use them. I'll hold on to those and won't disenchant them. Getting to be about that time. I'm getting sleepy again, man. It's really, really want... We want Vethis to spawn with the stinking robe and then get the note from Zerat, and then we can do something different. I was tired of doing this, these camps. I would like to take this group actually to do the giants at some point. It's not as good of XP, but... Yeah, we could do the giants, disenchant all that stuff, and get tier 5 enchants for everybody. Always satisfying to kill giants. Yeah, if you have a foot fetish. Oh, man. We're like doing rectal exams. Yeah, rectal exams as well. After Sand Giants and EQ, anytime I kill one, I try. Yeah, I thought it'd be cool if like they made them, if they gave them like extra coin, like they did in EverQuest, but they don't. So those things in EverQuest, didn't they drop like several platinum or something each when you kill them? I always thought it was really unfair because I had a Necro friend that could solo the Sand Giants in EverQuest, and I couldn't. And he would just like solo them and get super rich. Oh, but Cyclops is in the game? Yeah. That'd be awesome. Hill Giants would drop like 50 plat. But those were like much higher level, weren't they? I was always sad. It's like, it's not fair, I can't solo anything. But my friends were always like, it's not fair because they can never get a group. Because I was playing an enchanter and I would instantly get groups after I log in. And they did not like that. Uh-oh, I've got too much stuff in my inventory. Ruh-roh. I done did overflowed. Let's see what we can do here. Done did it now. Why can I not pick up my leather working kit? There we go. there room in the guild? I mean, yeah, they're always looking for new people. You can message Hokushin. Hokushin. Or any form of Hoku, basically. And, yeah, apply within. Hill Giants were upper 30s, lower 40s. Really? And they dropped 50 plat? Dude, that's nuts. Yeah, I never had any money in EverQuest. I was always really poor. Your druid, you had too much plat. I had a friend of mine that was a druid. Yeah, he was loaded. The gems on the Sea Furies were good, yeah. Yeah, every time I was in a group, I always gave all the gems to the cleric. Like, everybody was rich in EverQuest that I played with. I was always the poorest person, but I also played an enchanter, so I probably should have gotten a lot of tips for just casting haste and clarity on people, you would think. But no, people generally didn't tip me. Yeah, the spell reagent thing. They're going to be adding that into this game. Expect spell reagents. They already did add it to the cleric. They have spell reagents now. But they didn't put them in the game. At least that I saw. That guy not coming? People tip for KEI. Yeah, well, the problem was KEI was a dropped-only spell from raids. So it was hard to get that one. I did get it eventually. But yeah. Oop. Wrong one. Ah. What game is this? It's called Monsters and Memories. Moonstars and Memorize. It's like an EverQuest 2 or EverQuest 1. What do they call it? It's a throwback to old school MMORPGs. Is what it is. Is there a certain percentage of XP that we lose on death? I think so, yeah. I think it's 10%, but it's weird because I think it's 10% of your last level's experience. So if you're level 35, it would be 10% of whatever the total experience was for 34. Group's really drying up. 25 Rogue. Any ideas where I might be able to solo something? On a 25 Rogue, good luck. Rogues are not known to be solo classes. Yeah, you're just going to have a really, really rough time. Unfortunately. I mean, you could go kill some stuff that's like really low level. If you have a bunch of bandages, you could try to kill stuff that's like level 20 or lower and use a bunch of bandages, but yeah. Is there a good old-fashioned corpse run? There sure are. Trade skills while LFG, work on gathering. Yeah, that's what I would do. Like, just do some gathering, trade skills. It's gonna be your best bet. Keeper's Bite. You could do Keeper's Bite and fight some of the animals over there. The wolves. I would avoid the bears. Bears are pretty tough right now. So I would do the wolves, the drakes, whatever you can do over there. You could try to do the Sangral mobs if you can get them separate. They're like around level 20. Nothing but snakes and hides for 2 days? Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. Okay. Although with a name like Ninja Loot, I don't think you'll get many groups. That's true. Yeah, Ninja Looter over here. Bum bum ba dum dum dun da 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 da. Oh, man. I need to get like a coffee machine like right here or something. Has Necro rework already happened? No, not yet. It's going to be near the end. Next up is Paladin, Inquisitor, Spellblade. Or no, sorry. Paladin, Inquisitor, Shaman, and then I don't remember what's exactly next after that. Probably something like Shadow. Well, no, Shadow Knight's near the end. From the end, it's going to be Ranger, Shadow Knight, Necromancer. I think are the last three. So like Necromancer, then Shadow Knight, then Ranger. But I don't know. But it's looking like it's gonna be down the road, and it's just they only have like 5 weeks left of beta. Not looking good that we're gonna see that before the end of beta, unfortunately. No, we gave him some already. And we got 2 pairs of them today. Yep. We're kind of having a conversation in group chat about kids swearing and parents and stuff like that, and just how parents deal with it, and how content creators, streamers, and stuff swear a bunch for like no reason sometimes. It's kind of what sparked the conversation. Oh, dang it. Oh, man. I've been good getting controversial topics going lately. Yeah. Always fun topics. All that yawning. I know, right? I'm tired. I think we're going to wrap up here soon. And we're going to see if we can get this item to drop a little bit longer, and then we're going to wrap up here, I think. I need to get up, stretch, do some push-ups. I'm going to get some dinner. Might make some dinner. I figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. Some supper. Think people will lose their names for EA Wipe, or they pull something like just wiping inventory and levels. Everybody's going to have to start brand new and make brand new characters. But as far as the naming is concerned, the idea is that if you have an established name within the community, they're going to do their best to allow you to keep that name. And what that means is if you've created a character on the beta or on the alpha or something, and you have leveled that character up and you have created a name for yourself, you know, if you made a level 1 character for 5 minutes and never played the character, then no. But if you made a character and you played it up to level 60, or if you played it up to a reasonable amount, put some time into it, if you're posting on Discord under a certain name, things like that, and you go to create your character and somebody else has already taken that name, you can petition and try to get your name changed. It's not guaranteed, but you can try. So I use myself as the example when I talk about this. If I go, I have created a name for myself. I've played several characters in the beta. I'm known as Criddle on the forums. I'm known as Criddle on the Discord. I'm known as Criddle on Reddit. I stream as Criddle. My YouTube channel is Criddle. I am known as Criddle within this community. So if I go and create a character on pretty much any server, and there's already a Criddle created on that server, then I could probably petition and be like, hey, please change my name, remove their name, and they will do that. Because I've established that name and that reputation, right, for that name. It's going to be very hard to manage. So, like, it depends, it comes down to the community. A lot of the things in this game come down to the community policing itself. And hopefully people know, like, hey, there's already somebody named Criddle. Don't steal the name, because the devs are going to change it anyway. So just don't do it. So hopefully that's what it ends up being. I've been using Criddle since 1993 in text games. I've technically been using Criddle, literally, like, I know you're joking about it, but I have been using Criddle since 1999 in EverQuest. So it's, I'm pretty sure that if I make a character named Criddle, they're not going to allow somebody else to be a Criddle. Because then what ended up happening, this actually happened in alpha, and it happened in beta. Somebody created a Criddle character and pretended to be me on both situations. which, you know, hurts the reputation of those players, and it's just not fair to those players that have created a reputation for their, you know, like there's plenty of people that already hate me, so I don't need somebody else creating a character to pretend to be me. I don't think I can justify keeping Weary. Yeah, and names like a very, very vague names and common names, you're not going to be able to justify, right? You're not going to be able to keep those. That's going to be hard. Like if your name is John Smith, you're not going to be able to make a character named John Smith and be like, hey, I own that name. Okay, cool. You know, even if it's your real life name, it's just too common. So you're saying that you party like it's 1999? I do party like it's 1999. Criddle Craddle. Yep, that was my name in EverQuest 1999. That has been my name in every single MMO that I have played since 1999. World of Warcraft, Dark Age of Camelot. I mean, all of them. Star Wars, like literally you name it. If I played the game, my name has been Criddle in all of them. What really sucks is Twitch. There is a twitch.tv/Criddle. That is not me. That is in fact somebody else. And I've not been able to get Twitch to give it to me. They don't even use the account as far as I know. Like, they don't stream on it. They have like no followers. I don't know. It's weird. Really miss RVO and Dark Age. Yeah, DOC was a good game. Didn't know about EQ until 2003. Missed the good old days. Yeah, it was good times. Yeah, you can steal Asmongold. See what happens. I don't know how that would work. I mean, he's probably copyrighted that name at this point. I mean, technically, my name's copyrighted at this point. I have a business. I own a business license of Criddle. So, could really freak people out. Use Brad McQuaid. Oh, jeez. Now just make the character Aerodune and run around. People would be like, oh. Now, I imagine the devs would probably not let you have the name Aerodune. Are you hyped for Raygun documentary? No, not at all. I don't know. Stuff like that I don't like to watch, bro, and I don't like to be part of because it makes people think, oh, if I do something extremely ridiculously dumb, I can get paid for it. So I don't like it. Same thing with like that that tiger, what was that called? Stupid tiger guy. Yes, Jackass has been doing that for years. Absolutely. Let's be the dumbest people we could possibly be and sell that and make millions of dollars so that kids see it and think, hey, I can be a complete moron and make millions of dollars. That's what it ends up doing. Tiger King. Yeah, I did not like Tiger King. Like, yeah, that stuff makes me mad. I would hope no one tries out of respect. Yeah, are you talking about my name or the other stuff that we're talking about? One of my favorite EQ names was Patio Furniture. Yeah, Patio Furniture. My friend, he told me that joke like back in high school. He's like, what do you call furniture? It's out on your patio. And I was like, what? He goes, patio furniture. Oh my God. Jackass is a documentary of the American electric. Yes. Oh, the Era Dune thing? Yeah. Hopefully they don't do it out of respect, but I'm pretty sure they've tried it, or people probably have a character named Era Dune. Probably do. Dex important on Necro at all? Feel like I should pump strength instead of carry for the carry weight. Dex is not important. Well, it is important, but it's not important. What Dex does for a spellcaster is it helps you with channeling. So if a monster hits you while you are casting a spell, the higher Dex you have, the better chance you have of not getting interrupted. So it is kind of important, but if you don't take damage, then it's not important at all. What happened to Pantheon MMO? It has a terrible dev team, or it has a terrible company developing it that just don't know what they're doing. Like, they're clueless, absolutely clueless. Harsh but fair on the Pantheon? Yeah. It's harsh, but it is fair. They are 1,000% clueless. Yeah, Pantheon basically stopped development about 5-6. When did Brad McQuaid die? Are we getting it? Nice. That's a good time to stop then. Look at this pretty purple robe for Dory. Yay, Dory. Yeah, whenever Brad McQuaid died, I would say a year after that, Pantheon basically was done. Like, Brad McQuaid's death was pretty much the end of it. They tried to carry it on for a little bit, and ultimately it just kind of fell apart. And they've just never been able to get it back on track. For how many millions of dollars Pantheon has spent, they should be much further towards 1.0. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. It's sad. The thing is, what Pantheon turned into is a bunch of people that want to be game devs that have no no reason to be game devs. They love playing video games, but yeah. Yeah, I think she's looking for it. Here, I'll find it real quick. Oh, there she goes. She got it. Yep. Anyway, they're just like, there are a lot of people that love video games, which is great, you know, but they just don't really know how to develop a video game at this point. And that's the problem. Like, literally, and this isn't really trying to pick on anybody, but Joppa is like the lead designer or game dev or whatever, like the lead creative director or whatever the heck they call him. He's never made a game in his life. Never made a video game ever. He's never been a game developer. He's never been part of a game development. It's just not, it's not his thing. You know, he's got some cool ideas, but ideas are like, you know, everybody's got cool ideas. Doesn't mean it makes good for a good game. And that's the problem that it's not just Joppa, by the way, but that's the problem with Pantheon and Visionary Realms. Necro is like int, charisma, stamina, something. Yeah, I would go just pure int to make a really good Necro. Charisma if you're trying to charm and fear and stuff, but yeah. Any good drops today? That robe is the only good drop we got. Any chance M&M devs end up the same? It's possible, yes. It's very possible. There are some very, very, very green devs on the Monsters and Memories team. Some of these devs, like, they're passionate gamers that want to be developers, and that sometimes can translate into a good game, and sometimes will translate into a crappy game. It really depends on how quickly they can learn and what they really understand about video games. Like, if they're just players of a video game, like, some of the questions I get here in my chat, I'm just like, do you even understand what's happening in video games? And they don't. They just straight up don't. They like to play them, but they don't really understand them at all. And those will not make good game developers. So we got boots. Yeah, we did get 2 sets of the boots, actually. The boots are good. The robe is good. So yeah, we got some decent stuff. I guess all you need is good lead devs. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, you could have people that absolutely have no clue how to make a video game, and they could make a really good video game if they put their minds to it. But it takes a good creative lead that knows what the heck they're doing, with some good ideas, but not just good ideas, because there's things in Monsters and Memories, for example, that some of the developers for this game would make a really, really good tabletop game or tabletop adventure or something. But when you translate that into a video game, it just doesn't work. Like, certain things just don't work in a video game setting. And you just need to know that. It might work in a trading card game or in a board game or tabletop game. It could work in a lot of different games. It doesn't work in a video game. And some of these people just don't understand that. They do not get it. It does not click in their head. Hey, this is a really cool game feature, but not video game feature. And they just keep fighting it tooth and nail, like that they need that in the game. And it's like, you're never going to make that work. Just you need to scrap it. So that could absolutely happen to Monsters Memories, yeah. It absolutely could. Hopefully it doesn't. An example? I mean, in the questing side of things, I can give you an example of that. There's a quest in this game where, it's just a design thing where, like, you need to collect items and turn it into an NPC, and then that spawns another NPC in a completely different zone that you have to kill that drops an item to turn back into the previous NPC. So why would that not work in a video game? Well, why it doesn't work in an online video game like this is because when you go to turn it into the quest, right, it spawns way over here on the other side of the world, and somebody else can kill that and loot the item. So you did all the work, and somebody else just takes the item. So it just doesn't work. The storytelling, the way that the players in a video game are going to go like crazy murder hobo, right? So they're going to try to kill anything and everything in the game. You have to design the game assuming players are going to try to kill everything to try to get loot that drops off of it. In like a tabletop RPG, you can fix that by being like, oh, you're a murder hobo? Okay, well, we're going to put some restrictions on that. We're going to have guards come after you, and we're going to do these different things based on your choices that you're making. That's much more difficult to do in a video game, especially an online video game. I would for sure prefer normal quest window, not chat interaction with NPCs. Yeah, and that's another thing, like the chatting NPC thing, it works in a video game. It can work. But you know, you gotta be careful just how you do it. It's some of this stuff just it works, some of it doesn't work. The idea like that they have with raids in this game, where you have a raid that is spawned by collecting items and spawning the mob, and they think, oh, okay, well, the only people that are going to try to kill that mob are going to be people that spawn the item, and it's like, you realize that people are going to go and farm those items, and they're going to prevent other people from farming those items. Because it's an online game. There's you know, the lighting system in this game is another one of those things. Lighting in a video game is huge, but you got to make the game around the lighting. You got to build it properly so that the lighting makes sense. It's scary at dark, and how do you combat the light, or how do you combat the darkness? Well, you combat it with good lighting and a good system for that. And if you don't build a good system for that, it doesn't work. So there's a lot of little things like that. Back in the day, doing Epic in EQ, and the mob spawn across a zone or zones away, you had friends, guilds waiting where the name was to grab it. Well, yeah, and that's how you kind of do it. You have to have people grab it and do all that kind of stuff, right? But we're also in a more modern game now. Like, we're in a modern age. We understand those mechanics, and people are going to, in a situation where you spawn a mob in another zone, they're just going to be like, oh, I was camping this area and I killed the mob. Like, you know, they just know. There's people that literally XP in those areas, and the mob just spawns while they're camping it, and they don't know that there's a quest involved in it. Stuff like that. It doesn't really translate well. I'm just giving you guys like a couple of examples. I'm sure there's better examples out there, but certain things just don't translate well into video games. Most D&D content doesn't translate into video games. But a lot of D&D gamers love to play these kinds of games. And then if they become a developer of it, they're going to try to develop it like, "Oh, there's this really cool storyline that we can do," kind of thing. And yeah, you can make a cool storyline, but how are you going to design that into a video game? You don't have a DM that can walk you through it. You need to design it in a way that players can figure out through the video game mechanics. So that's why a lot of D&D games just don't do very well, you know? And they haven't for a long time. Like, there's a few that do okay, but it's hard to design those properly. Like, you can't really, like, make a D&D tabletop game. You have to follow the story. You know, the video games are very, very linear by nature. Even the ones that are open world are still very linear because you can't just do whatever you want. In a D&D game, I can tell the DM, hey, I want to go over here in this random direction and go see what's like. I can get on a boat. I want to charter a boat in Night Harbor, and I want to try to find another island, you know, out in the middle of wherever. There is no island to find in a video game. You know, like, it's not there. It doesn't exist. So you can't do that. You know, you have very, very specific constraints that you have to play within inside of a game, a video game. So, yeah. Do they plan to upgrade the graphics a bit more? The low fidelity or low poly count, no. That's not going to be updated, no. But the graphics, which are like the textures and all that kind of stuff, yes. That's constantly going to get updated. So, no, the game is always going to look like you see it right now, but the fine detail will be better. Like, you might be able to zoom in here to this wall and get more fine detail, like a, you know, Criddle was here kind of thing, you know, like that's written on the wall. Maybe something like that will happen. But again, you know, like it's very, I can't, in this particular game, right? Some games you can do this, but in a D&D style game, I could be like, yeah, I want to go get a hammer and I want to bust this wall down. I want to break it. Can't do that in this game. You know, even though it's an RPG, it's supposed to be kind of like playing Dungeons and Dragons. I literally can't. There's no possible way for me to break this wall down. So we can't do that. But you have game designers. This is just a very, like, far-fetched example. But you'll have a game designer that's like, okay, what I want to do is I want you to have to get this special hammer of shattering, and you have to bust a hole in this wall. And it's like, yeah, we don't have that programmed into the game. And that's the problem with some game designers. They just don't understand that that's not possible. Or it is possible, right? But we're not programming that into the game. Like it's going to take a lot of work, and it changes everything. If you try to add voxels to this game, like, you can't have the super far render distance and have voxels. That's a computer, like, two things that would be fighting each other. And it would be very hard for them to do, because now it's going to take so much more RAM, and the majority of people don't have a computer that is powerful enough to be able to render distance that far and have voxels, right? That kind of stuff. Some textures are missing. Yeah, they're going to be adding more textures and such. Yeah, they're definitely going to do that. They're always working on that. There's a guy named ZBrushed. He's a Twitch streamer or Twitch content creator, whatever. He streams on Twitch, but he is a developer for Monsters of Memories. Check out his stream. He's constantly doing art and stuff for this game, and you can see how they do that. He, like, shades items and makes new hairstyles and, you know, all that. Designs the different characters. EQ Next was supposed to do that and was coming along nice, but then it blew up. Yeah. Partly why it probably blew up is because they didn't realize you can't do that in an MMO. It's going to be very difficult. Think about it. It's like Minecraft, right? Minecraft works really well when you have X amount of players in a world. But the world is not absolutely massive. And you don't have thousands of people on the same server. So it works to be able to have a world that you can break apart and rebuild and do that kind of stuff. Then EverQuest Next tried to do it, and they quickly realized that it's just technology isn't there. You can't have a world where you have thousands of people in a world. Everybody is able to blow things up and destroy things and move and, like, dig up things and rebuild things constantly, and have a render distance that's like, you know, like the render distance in this game where you can see this castle way off in the background and stuff. Like, what if you had voxels in this and there was some player standing up on top of this castle and just started to destroy it, and then over here you have somebody else that's trying to destroy that, and then over here somebody trying to destroy that. Meanwhile, you're trying to dig right here. That's so much happening. We don't have computers that are powerful enough to be able to do that with thousands of people. It's just too much. So thinking he's been working with new races. You talking about ZBrush? Yeah. New races, new weapons and stuff. Yep. Yeah, EQ Next made bad claims about the AI they could create at the time with Living World. Yeah. It was likely a combination. It was a combination of a lot of things. I think that they were way ahead of their time. They were trying to do something that was just not technically possible. It's still not really technically possible to build what EverQuest Next was trying to do. You could do it on a smaller scale, but they're trying to do it on a huge scale, right? And you just can't do that. And that's the problem with some of these game devs, is they do not understand development. They don't understand the constraints of the computers. Like, they understand What's in their mind? They want to be into the game, and that's it. They don't, but they don't realize that, oh, you can't, like, the computer can't do that. It can't calculate those things quickly enough. So, and that's really the big issue. As far as like Pantheon is concerned, or even a Monsters of Memories, the game devs for those, it's not that vast, but they want to do things that are just not really easily done. They think in their head, oh, this is easily done. It's not a big deal, you know. This should be super easy to implement. Well, on paper, it's very easy to implement. In real life, it's much more difficult. So, yeah, that's all it is. And unfortunately, the leadership of Pantheon doesn't understand that. So it doesn't matter, like, they could have the best programmers in the world, but if the leadership is like, we want to do this, and the programmers are literally like, we can't do that, then it doesn't work. Like, I think that Pantheon trying to add climbing to the game, you know, can they add climbing to the game? Absolutely. You know, there's a bunch of games. Breath of the Wild has a bunch of climbing in it. You got Genshin Impact has a bunch of climbing in it. So, yes, that can work. But they want to have a game that has climbing in it, but they don't want to have any type of flying mounts. They don't want to have any type of, like, flying in the game at all. So, but then you also have to think, when you build the world creation itself, if you have climbing, you have to think not only horizontally, but vertically in everything you do. It's much easier to build a video game with a horizontal plane and you lead people through it that can't climb things. Once you start thinking vertically, like Assassin's Creed or Genshin Impact or something like that, it changes the game completely. And I don't think that Pantheon was ready for that. It just wasn't ready for it. Really fun in Landmark, though, the building system and movement. Yeah, I played Landmark when it first came out. All right, no worries. Yeah, I played Landmark when it first came out, and it was a cool concept. It was a cool idea. And I was like, man, this is going to be the next big game. But that was before I understood constraints of computers and understood like how many things can be calculated by a computer and how expensive it is to calculate those things. Look at it right now. We have AI, right? AI is a big topic of conversation right now. They're building data centers, massive data centers, and putting them underwater to try to cool these things. So what's happening is you have game developers that are like, we want to add all of that stuff into our video game. But you have players like ourselves that own PCs, right? This little computer. We don't have a massive data center that has water cooling like under the ocean or in space or something. We don't own that. How are we supposed to run that? Okay. So, yeah, we just can't do it. Yeah. There's a reason there's no flying or levitation spells in M&M. Yeah, exactly. Because it breaks the game, right? Levitation in EverQuest 1, the way that they did it, I mean, clearly you can do levitation easily, but it breaks the game because it allows you to pass content that you don't want people to pass. And that was what was funny to me about, like, Joppa. I'll go back to him and Pantheon. Joppa didn't want you to have Call of the Hero type of ability on the Summoner class. He didn't want him to have that. The reason he didn't want to have that was because he felt like it allowed you to skip content and get around content too easily. Okay, cool. But he was okay with it if you could climb a wall. I could climb this wall and go over to the other side of the wall. That's skipping content. So that was okay, but Call of the Hero was not okay. Or I could cast invisibility on myself and run past every mob in the game, and that was okay, but somehow Call of the Hero was bad. That's the kind of thought process that I'm talking about that just doesn't work. It doesn't fit. Same thing with this game. They took out the Commune with the Honorable, which is the same thing as Call of the Hero. They took it out of this game because they don't want people to be able to easily muster for a raid. But the thing is, what do people do? Well, we just cast Invis and run to where we need to go, or IVU and run to where we need to go. We're just circumventing the content anyway. So why would you take Call of the Hero out of the game? You know, put a timer on it or something, which they did at one point. That's a whole other story. But that's the problem with some of these devs that just don't understand. Like, we don't want you to do this, so we're going to remove it, but we're allowing this thing over here, which literally does the same thing. It's actually a lot easier and faster to sit in town and invis people and have them run somewhere than it is to try to Call of the Hero every single person. Because how many summoners are you going to have to summon somebody to a raid, right? Versus how many invis characters you're going to have, or IVU potions, or invis potions, or all that. They're going to be able to do that. You know, it's I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a really weird thing. Didn't want people to be able to skip content, fix the content. Yeah, like make the content, like change something else, right? If you don't want people to skip the content, then make it, find another solution. You know, how I look at it is, instead of removing Call of the Hero or Commune with the Honorable, whatever, make it to where certain areas in the game you can't cast it. Not just remove it from the game, because then it makes it more difficult for players to replace party members inside of a dungeon. So it's really nice. Like if I'm in like deep in Telekir and our healer has to leave, the healer can gate out. But how do we get a new healer into the dungeon? Right? Well, Call of the Hero would help. It would just summon that player to where we are inside of the dungeon. So I think we should have something like that. Now, if they don't want one class having it and just be able to cast it every 10 seconds, then make it something different. Make it a store-bought item that 3 players have to click on, kind of like what they did in World of Warcraft, right? You summon you create a portal, but it's you and another player has to cast or click on it to summon another player, right? It was like 3 players to summon 1 player, something along those lines. That's, in my opinion, a better fix than just, we're just going to remove it out of the game. Put a cooldown on it. Make it to where a player can only be summoned, every so often or whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to fix it. Removing it from the game is, in my opinion, the worst thing you could do. So, I remember the werewolf content made a whole mountain was skippable. Yeah, they made that whole werewolf content. And it was like you could just run up the side of the mountain. Like you didn't even have to climb. You just literally could run up the side of the mountain. And it's like you don't want stuff to be skippable, but then you design it that it's skippable because you could run up the side of the mountain. Like that's the kind of stuff that Pantheon is just constantly doing, and it's like, do you guys have any clue how to actually make a game? And it's clear to me that the leadership does not. They don't know. They're literally slapping stuff up on the wall and hoping that it sticks. Maybe one day they will make a game, but I don't see it happening currently. They're going to have to get really lucky. Something's just going to have to stick and just be like, oh, we figured it out, Like we just happened to make something and it just flawless, perfect. But they're making an MMO, which is large. So, anyway, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. It's 5 o'clock. I've been streaming now for 8 hours today. I'm going to go ahead and call it there. I am going to get some food in me and kind of just veg out for the rest of the day. I will be back on here tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is Friday. So I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be streaming. I don't know if we're going to be doing any giveaways. I'm not going to promise we will or will not. Most likely, we're not going to do any giveaways for beta access giveaways tomorrow, most likely. But maybe we'll do some item giveaways. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. It will be a shorter stream. I will not be going until 5 o'clock tomorrow. I'll probably only be going to like 2 or 3. Sean might stream tomorrow. So we'll probably end whenever he streams. If he streams tomorrow. If he doesn't, then I'll end at like 2 or 3 o'clock. And yeah, that's going to be the plan for tomorrow. Thanks so much for being here. Do appreciate it. Thank you for the follows, the subs, the chatting. It's been a lot of fun this week. This has literally been my favorite week in streaming since I started streaming. So thank you all for being part of that. I do appreciate it. Take care. Have a good one. And I'll see you next time.